There we go. Okay, so I'm now going to start sharing some slides. Okay, is that coming through okay, Mel?
Yeah.
Sweet. Okay. Right. Well, hello, everyone. My name's Andrew. I am one of the coaches of the Project Bucephalus FLL team. We've been doing these sessions for, I've lost track, quite a few years now. So hopefully we can do something that is helpful to you all. These are being recorded or we put up on YouTube, and as will all the slides I'm about to show. So you don't have to panic about taking notes. Um, if you want any questions answered, put them up on the chat and they will get dealt with. Um, we are going to have a lunch break at 12 for about half an hour. If you are one of our international guests and it is getting past your bedtime, please let us know if there's anything we haven't covered. Yeah. So, first thing we always have to go through is just setting some expectations. So, this is who we are. FLL wise, this is our 16th season competing in Australia. We've had a fair number of national and international events we've attended. And we've been up, we've been, if there's a role, we've probably done it somewhere. So we've been around for a while. I feel old now because the kids in that first team are now married with children and they are approaching FLL age, some of them. So I'm like, I don't know if any of you have had that particular experience yet. We also do FRC and we had a reasonably big result earlier in the year. So that's another thing we're still trying to wrap our heads around exactly. So we've been doing FRC for this is coming into our 11th season now. So all in all, we've been here for a while. So this is an old rule that used to come in the coaches' handbooks when they gave us printed handbooks. It's rule GP1. You are gracious professionals. You compete hard against problems while treating all people with respect and kindness. If you joined First Lego League with a main goal of winning a robotics competition, you're in the wrong place. I personally think that rule is still as applicable now as it ever was. Um, and it's a good thing for you and your teams to keep in mind. So there's a couple of limitations in what we're doing here. First off, if I don't know if it's obvious yet, we do not know everything, right? This is based on our experience. We've been around a long time, but we're a homeschooled team. We do things a different way. Yeah, so to quote a FRC motto, steal from the best, invent the rest. Take out the stuff that works, apply it to your own team, toss the stuff that doesn't. And we are not perfect. Following up on that, right? We can be proven wrong. In fact, we have before. And every time they change the game, we have to adjust our thinking. And I'm old now, so my thinking doesn't always adjust as quickly as it should. So yeah, happy to take happy to take that stuff on board. And the other thing is, yeah, everything is always changing, particularly when you're dealing with kids, particularly when you're dealing with technology. So there is a whole bunch of stuff here that will change year to year. Some will seem familiar if you've done this before, but there are always differences. So the main purpose of us doing this was to set out what we think an FLL team's experience should be. So they should be, your kids should be using creativity to create a unique robot, right? Now, it's fine to be inspired by others or start with someone else's design, but then improve it. Steal from the best, invent the rest, right? Go through, improve on it. Don't just copy. I know there's a ton of stuff online with people saying, buy access to buy this subscription, get solutions. That's not what this is about. Definitely, if you want to look at it for inspiration, go nuts. The kids should make their own mistakes and discoveries. Now, there's a caveat to that in a little bit, but that's it. That's how they learn. That's how you learn. Coping with failure is probably the most important thing that first will ever teach someone. All right. And that's where we come to dealing with failure as well as success. And that's a lot harder. And as adults, as coaches, That's one of our primary jobs, is to model how to cope with things going wrong. They're looking to you to see how to act. And you should be setting new challenges each season. You should be trying to reach higher, whether it's teaching somebody new or learning a new skill or all of the above. Now, this is what they shouldn't be doing. You should not be failing because of undetected, easy to fix issues, right? In the old EV3 days, the number of robots we saw failing and teams having panic stations when all it took was clicking a cable back in to fix everything. Your team shouldn't be failing because of stuff like that, right? We should be, the community around you should be helping you to make sure that doesn't happen. If you're going to fail, make sure it's for brand new, spectacular reasons. Robot catch fire. Yeah, you know it's going to happen sometime, Mel. But yeah, you don't, simple stuff like the robot doesn't work because your tires are dirty, your cable's unplugged. You were not expecting a brand new mat at competition, right? That stuff should not be a reason why your robot fails. Teams should never be demoralized, right? If they can face failure and come out of it cheerful, that is brilliant. But if they fail and they don't know why and they're just discouraged and that's it, that's something we want to prevent ever happening. And the other one, they should never be alone, right? You guys, there's a massive, massive community of first teams out there, and they are all ready to help, to provide knowledge. That's what gracious professionalism is about. Don't do it on your own. Just go to another coach and say, hey, how do I do this? Go to your region, go to your first Australia, first US, first whichever state you're in. Go ask for help. Okay, so now I'm going to turn it over to our VIPs. So first on deck is Mel, who is going to talk to us about judging. So I will stop that share and handing it over.
Thank you, Andrew. I'll just get set up. All right, how are we looking? Is that working? Unfortunately, I cannot see anything. I'm in a slightly
Started screen sharing. We haven't seen anything yet.
Ah, okay. Anything showing up?
I get black screen. Anyone else see anything?
Black screen. Okay. We'll try that one again. We'll stop share. We'll try again. How annoying. This was working moments ago.
Yeah, we tested it 10 minutes
We did
ago.
test it.
There we go.
How are we doing? We're doing better now? Okay, lovely. All right, lovely. Okay, well, let's get started. So I'm going to be talking about the judging session and the innovation project today. Before we get into that, I just wanted to make it clear that this is not an official presentation. This is just an unofficial session. So anything that I say in this video does not constitute official advice and definitely doesn't overrule anything coming from First HQ. If you want an official clarification or ruling made on something relating to the judging process, specifically if you are an Australian team, I put my email address on screen, you can contact me and then I can send you an official clarification in writing. If it's an important clarification that will impact many teams, it may even get published on the First Australia website. If you're coming here from overseas and you're seeking clarification, unfortunately, I can't give you an official ruling. You will need to reach out to your local program delivery partner. So very short agenda, do a couple of introductions. I'll talk first of all about the judging interview and then move on to the innovation project in more detail. I will just say, I don't think I'm going to say anything groundbreaking today. A lot of this is just the things that I think the judges and the judge advisors wish more teams were aware of, and some general advice on how we think that teams can improve their experience in the judging rooms. I'll introduce myself as well. My name is Mel, as Andrew said. I have been a volunteer for First LEGO League for 16 years, starting back in 2009, and I've been the National Judge Advisor here in Australia for about 5 years. I actually can't work out the first year I was the National Judge Advisor. I tried to find it in my emails and I can't work it out. Nevertheless, I have also been an FLL coach. I coached some teams at a school I worked for as well as part of a community program. So I have been in your shoes as well as a coach for FLL and FTC teams. And I'm also a current FRC mentor. So I do all levels of the program, except don't ask me about FLL Discover. I don't know anything about that. Unfortunately, I'm slightly too old to have ever been an FLL alumni here in Australia, but I was an alumni of an FRC team and also an FTC team. Outside of my volunteer commitments, I'm a teacher, I'm an engineering and maths teacher, and I'm also an ancient history nerd, which I don't normally mention, but I'm really excited about this year's season. I have a Masters of Ancient History, so I am super excited about the Unearthed season and the projects that teams are going to come up with. Okay, so I know we have teams with a range of different experience on the call today, so I will just address sort of the nature of the FLL competition for anyone who is newer to the process. So when it comes to your experience as a team and your experience at events, I think it's helpful for teams to understand that as Andrew said, it's not, this isn't a robot competition. If you're here to just win a robotics competition, that's not what it's about. If you've been to a competition before, you know that the top award is called the Champions Award. And in the judging process, at least, that Champions Award comes from considering 4 different areas of a team's performance at the events. And you can see that in the wheel. So those 4 elements are the robot game, and the robot game component comes from your 3 official matches on the robot game table. We also consider the robot design process as presented in the interview, the innovation project, again, as presented in the judging interview, and then also the core values. And the core values are assessed across the entire day. So when we assess teams for the Champions Award, but also for a number of the optional awards, we're looking for how a team has performed across the board. And I think that's something that teams and parents that are newer to the program may take a little while to understand. It's not, while it's a huge achievement to do well on the robot game, if you're sort of seeking to advance or to do well, we are looking to see teams do well across the board. So it's important that teams put as much emphasis onto the innovation project and on growing their core values as they do on the robot. Challenge resources. I believe this was flagged in the email about today's session, but hopefully we're a couple of weeks into the new season, so the coaches should be familiar with the documents that you can see here. There are a number of guidebooks provided. The main ones are the Robot Game Rulebook, which hopefully everyone's read by now, the Engineering Notebook, and the Team Meeting Guide. If you're not familiar with those, the Engineering Notebook is intended to guide the students through the season, whereas the Team Meeting Guide is more for the mentors. Many experienced teams have moved beyond the point of needing to use the Engineering Notebook as a guide to the process. But if you are a beginning team or you're working with beginning teams, while it doesn't work for everybody, I still think the Engineering Notebook is a really good resource. It takes you through the steps that you can be following in a reasonable order and sort of gives you reminders and tries to keep you on track. But it also encourages the students to take records and take notes. And I think that's a really important part of the engineering process as applied to both the robot and the innovation project. So for newer teams or teams who after a couple of seasons have felt like they need a bit more structure in what they're doing, I do recommend looking at the engineering notebook and either using it as is or using it as a basis for a process that you develop yourself. There are other resources available. I'll mention this later, but I really recommend that teams should read through the rubrics before the event. They are publicly available, as is the interview session flowchart and the award descriptions. There's more resources than that, and I will just flag now, there is actually a judging interview script and suggested questions list, and that's actually publicly available. It's not on the team resources page, it's on the volunteer resources page, but it's absolutely a valid resource to be looking at as a team. All right, let's talk about the interview. So I mentioned that the judging session flowchart is available. I really recommend that teams become very familiar with the judging session flowchart that you can see over here on the right-hand side, that you understand the order that your interview is going to go in, and that if you're doing rehearsals, and all teams should do rehearsals, that you do them in the order that you're going to have this experience at the event. So just briefly, for those of you less familiar, your interview in Australia should always go in this order. We can't speak for overseas regions, as some other regions have a slightly different process, but here in Australia, your interview will run for 30 minutes. You start off with a little bit of setup time to come in and introduce yourself. And so that short period at the beginning is where you do all of the organisation and setting up. That's included in the 30 minutes. The first thing that the team will present will be the innovation project, and you have 5 minutes for that, followed by a Q&A, and then you move on to the robot design, explanation, and then a Q&A. And that takes you about 20 or 25 minutes into it. And then the remainder of the time is for the final share, where teams can reflect on their season or share any final thoughts, and then you receive feedback from the judges. And that all tallies up to about 30 minutes, after which the team leaves and the judges then mark the rubrics. So it's 30 minutes in total, and that does include setup time. When you go into the room, you should expect to present in this order, and you should go in fully prepared to start presenting at the beginning. In terms of AV, this is one of the most common questions that we get at tournaments is there going to be a projector? Is there going to be any audio available? That's a really good question for teams to be asking the tournament director ahead of time, because if your entire presentation is built around having access or the ability to display a PowerPoint, and you get to the venue, and the case in a lot of schools, at least in this area, is not all the classrooms are particularly set up for that. That can be really disruptive to the students if they go in thinking they're going to be able to deliver a slideshow and then realize that that's not available. So that's a great question to ask ahead of time. I think the big thing for the judging session is that preparation does generally equal confidence. So you should be having your teams rehearse their judging interview process in this order. So not just limiting yourself to rehearsing the innovation project presentation, but going through the entire interview in this order. I mentioned the judging script and questions earlier. The judging script is not used by all judges. They don't read it out word for word. But if you are practicing your judging session and your interview, you can give the judging script to a parent or another teacher and have them act as the judge using the script and the questions. And again, the questions are really good. All of the judges will ask exactly those questions, but those questions will give your team an idea of what they might be asked during the Q&As after the innovation project and the robot design section, and then take everything with you at the end. What I want to emphasize in talking about the interview is basically the things that we as judges wish that the teams knew, and the things that we really wish that you knew, all teams knew, is that it goes in a set order, that you can access the judging script and the suggested questions ahead of time, and that a properly sort of rehearsed and practiced presentation will give the students more confidence. So specifically looking at the innovation project, here's some things to know. When you're doing your rehearsals, please make sure to check that the presentation is no more than 5 minutes, because if it exceeds more than 5 minutes by about 30 seconds or so, the judges will eventually have to cut the team off. And that's, not to be mean, it's not to take away from what they're doing, but just because that interview process is really quite rigid in terms of the time allocated, the judges really need to finish after 30 minutes. And so if the presentation goes for too long, the team will end up being asked to finish up. So to ensure that your team has a smooth experience, rehearse the presentation, make sure it's under 5 minutes. Read the rubrics. I suspect that the Project Bucephalus presenters will talk about this later, but the rubrics are available and they really do tell you what the judges are looking for. And the thing I want to emphasize is what the judges are looking for is evidence of the process, not the product. So when you look at the rubric, you'll see that it's broken down into 5 sections. So we've got identify, design, create, iterate, and communicate. And if you read the criteria in more detail, almost all of the criteria are relating to a design and improvement process. So how is the problem defined? What was the research done? Was there a prototype? What's the testing and iteration? And how was it communicated? There are very few criteria that point specifically to the product. So in thinking about what you're going to present to the judges, the students should be looking to present information that allows the judges to mark the rubric. And what's on the rubric is criteria that relate to the process. So the presentation should be addressing not just the solution that's been developed, but how they got to that solution. Another thing I want to emphasize is that what we really want to see is all team members involved in the presentation and the Q&A. Core values is assessed throughout the entire day for your team, including the value of teamwork. And so what we would like to see is the teams working together through all aspects of the interview. Now, a pre-rehearsed presentation, it's very easy to incorporate all team members, but even during the Q&A, we would like to see everyone speaking. Now, we don't expect that every single student is going to have the same detailed understanding of everything that was done for the project, but all students should be involved in some way. And so something that can be helpful to really sort of calm the nerves for the Q&A, which is a little bit tougher, I think, on teams than the presentation, is to pre-assign topics for students to speak about. So if the judges ask you a question about building the prototype, then that can be assigned to a specific student. You might have a student who's an expert on the research project. You might have a student that is assigned to talk about the interviews they did with different experts. So students knowing the sorts of questions that they will be called upon to answer, I think can make things go a little bit more smoothly. I'll also say the more fun the team has, the more the judges will enjoy the presentation. That is actually a criteria. It's the last one on there. The presentation shows pride or enthusiasm for work. And so if the team comes in and has fun, they're meeting that criteria, they're engaging the judges, and it's just going to be a more positive experience all around. Where I want to lead into from that is reliance on the use of slideshows and videos. So a lot of teams will develop slideshow presentations for the innovation project. There is nothing wrong with that. I think it can be very helpful, particularly if you've done detailed research that you want to present, or if you've maybe got some older versions of your solution that you weren't able for size or transport reasons to bring with you. You've got photographs of those to include them in a slideshow if AV is available in the room. But the slideshow should not be the entirety of the presentation. We're looking for the students to develop a creative and engaging way of delivering the information. And so just standing next to a slideshow and talking through the bullet points that are written up is not going to be an engaging presentation. So if you want to use the slideshow, that's fine, but think about how it can be used creatively and what else can be built around that in order to engage the judges. The other thing I'll highlight is the use of videos as part of the presentation. If you look at the engineering notebook, where it introduces the innovation project, it does say that the presentation is intended to be delivered live. So it's a live presentation in the room. So you shouldn't have a large proportion of the presentation being a pre-recorded video. Again, I think you can have video elements. One really lovely thing that I've seen done in the past is sometimes a student is unable to be present for the interview, and so the team will record a short segment from them and incorporate that into the live presentation. I think that's a really lovely way of showing that sort of spirit of inclusion, but it's intended to be, by and large, a live presentation. For the robot design component, my main thing that I often mention during the coach meetings at the start of tournaments is the robot design. For the robot design explanation, you do need to bring the robot with you. So please, coaches, make sure that your students have the robots with them, and also, importantly, a way of showing the judges the code. So this is done in a bunch of different ways. You can just bring the device with you and show the judges it just in the app, or other teams will bring poster boards or printouts into the interview room instead. Now, the robot design segment is 10 minutes long, and it's divided into an explanation and a Q&A. Unlike the innovation project, it's not a requirement that the explanation is a pre-rehearsed presentation. However, I think for many teams, having some element of that pre-planned is quite helpful. The judges, if there is no pre-rehearsed presentation, would often begin by saying, can you just take a couple of minutes to tell us about the robot and its features? So the team is likely to have to start off with a bit of an explanation anyway, and I think the more preparation teams can be doing, again, the more smoothly the experience is going to go. So it doesn't need to be a sort of a song and dance and a performance in the way that the project presentation is, but having some palm cards or a student's allocated to talk about a particular attachment is going to make that go more smoothly. Like the innovation project, we are looking to see involvement from all team members, and if you have something of a prepared explanation, then that's an easy win. You can definitely get people, all the students involved if there's a prepared explanation. Engineering notebooks. I've been judging for a long time, back in the old judging days with the 3 individual interviews. The criteria were a little bit more specific about bringing in documentation and showing some sort of a notebook or something like that, which isn't as present in the current rubric, I don't think. But what we do see, particularly under the iterate criteria, is clear evidence of testing, clear evidence of improvements. So if you're looking for that accomplished and higher rating in that area, what's the best way of displaying clear evidence? Well, in my opinion, that's through documentation. So that documentation might be an engineering notebook. It could be something presented in a slideshow. But I think I would really encourage teams to think about documenting their engineering process to better support all of these criteria that you need to meet. The engineering notebook, the one that's provided to you, really does support students in documenting the process. And as your team gains more experience, you can deviate from how the notebook does it, but still keep documenting. And then lastly, I will just highlight something that I think makes teams really stand out, and that's really the quality of the iteration. So having a really scientific and thought through and well documented testing plan, having a good way of displaying the value of the iteration. We often see teams coming in and talking about version 1, version 2, but what makes them different? What was the sort of the strengths and weaknesses of the early version that led you to the second and third iteration? Think about that. And then depending on the age of the team, is there any maths that can be incorporated into some of your explanations? That is what can make a team stand out. What's missing from the rubric? If you've been around for a few years, you'll remember there used to be a core values rubric, and that one has now disappeared. It's just replaced with the feedback page. So what that means is that first core values is being assessed constantly. Oh, sorry. Was that a question? No, maybe not.
No, sorry.
You're all good. The first core values is being assessed constantly. If you look at the rubrics, you'll see that within Innovation Project and within Robot Design, a couple of the criteria are now dually counted, so also contributing towards a core values score. But we also take into account the gracious professionalism scores that the referees give on the robot game table. So core values is being constantly assessed. However, the team does still have during the interview that final share period of time just after the robot Q&A. So I would encourage teams to think about what they want to say during the final share, because that can be a really good opportunity for teams to reflect on how they have displayed the core values over the course of the season. There's not an obvious opportunity to do it during the other segments, although of course you can absolutely talk about your discovery and your innovation while talking about the robot and other things. But the final share is a good opportunity to reflect on your teamwork and your inclusion and your impact and your fun. So I encourage teams to think in advance what they're going to be saying during that segment. Very last thing, you do get feedback at the end of your interview. You get the verbal feedback just at the end of the interview session, and you do get written feedback on the feedback sheet that comes with the rubrics. I will just say, I would really like teams to bear in mind that the judges have a super limited time to write the comments. So they have a 10-minute gap, 10 to 15-minute gap between interviews. They have to mark 2 full pages of rubric criteria. If your team is getting exceeds any 4-star ratings, they have to write an individual comment for that. And then they've got 6 boxes on here that they need to fill in. So I think teams can be a little bit disappointed sometimes that the comments are maybe a bit short. Maybe you don't get a comment in every box. We'd love to give more feedback, but the time factor is a really big one. So what I encourage teams to do is to take the time to themselves reflect on your achievement. Once you've walked out of the interview room, take a moment as a group to debrief and decompress on how it went. Teams have the ability in all areas, all regions rather, to bring in an adult observer as well. So the adult observer can be giving some feedback. But I really encourage teams to take some time, both immediately afterwards and maybe in your season wrap-up meeting a little bit later, to reflect on how you've done and reflect on your own achievements. I put down awards, not rewards. I suspect that's something that Andrew might talk about later on. the point of First LEGO League, I think, is to give students the opportunity for growth, and growth for everyone looks a little bit different. In some years, your team will have achieved outstanding things, and the judges see that, and that translates to high scores, and it may in the end translate to an award. But it's important, and I think this is an important attitude to come from the coaches and be passed on to the students, that awards are awards, not rewards. So what that means is you can do everything right. You can meet all of the criteria, you can get loads of threes, you can follow the process, you can document everything and still not win an award, because there's a set number of those, and at some events, there'll be just a really competitive group of teams, or the judges will see something in one team that they didn't on the day, in that 5-minute period, they didn't see in a different team. So not winning an award is not the end of the world. That is not the purpose of the program. It is about your own growth, your own achievements. And so I encourage coaches to make the time to reflect on the achievements of the season and take the time to celebrate the wins of your own team. Okay, moving on to the innovation project. I want to spend a bit of time talking about the season theme. So the season theme, the season theme is First Age, and then for FLL we've got Unearthed. When you look in your engineering notebook, we can see the description of the innovation project for this year. I assume everyone has read this. It's actually very straightforward, which I like. Identify a problem faced by archaeologists and propose a solution that can help. I think sometimes we get very vague problem statements, but I think this one is nice and fairly straightforward. So we're looking for problems that involve archaeologists and how can we help them. So pretty straightforward, but it doesn't give us a lot of detail. So something that I was looking at as I was thinking about the scope of all of the projects that teams can be doing is also the First Age theme description. So the First Age theme goes across First LEGO League, First Tech Challenge, and First Robotics. So it's not First Robotics competition. It's not specific to First LEGO League, but I think the theme description does give us some ideas as to the scope of the projects that we might be able to see. So the First Age theme, it makes references to how the things we leave behind will serve as clues to future generations. I've sort of highlighted things that stood out to me. So we can be potentially seeing projects that involve preservation and conservation of artifacts or of sites as we look ahead to make those available to future generations. There's a reference to using clues from the past to understand our own communities, and I think that's a really interesting one that maybe points to projects that relate to museum studies and how information is being presented to the public so that we can understand our own past. And then also a reference to the use and advancement of technology. I think possibly the public perception of archaeology is maybe a little bit still influenced by things like Indiana Jones and Howard Carter and being a little bit sort of old-fashioned, but in fact archaeology is a really advanced field now that integrates some really interesting technology. So projects that explore and advance the use of interesting technologies, I think there's a lot of potential there. I think it's also worth teams considering the nature of what archaeology is and the work that archaeologists do. So I had a look for some Australian resources. I found a definition from the University of Queensland, and this definition really points to archaeology being a diverse profession, and that archaeologists engage in a wide variety of work. And this definition highlights the finding of archaeological sites as well as excavating them, scientific laboratory work, and then also writing papers and books. So there's a lot of different stages in the archaeological process. It's not just about digging things up. I thought it was also interesting that this definition referred to associated work, so not just the job of specifically the archaeologist, but the people who work with them, and other titles as well, where you may find archaeologists working in related fields. So things like a cultural heritage officer or a field assistant is not the title archaeology, but may still relate to that field. I think it's a bit overwhelming at the start of the season when you've got your new theme and you've got to come up with the project and you basically have infinite scope. So where do teams go in order to get started? So I'll just highlight some of the resources that are available. When you look at your engineering notebook, you'll find that there is a page that lists out the project sparks. So that gives 5 different sort of scenarios or questions that you can ask that might guide you towards a possible project idea. If you're a beginning team, I think that is a really good resource and a really good place to start. It just narrows the scope down a lot. It gives you, here are 5 questions to think about, and if your team is going to struggle to sort of make a decision or narrow things down, just having a slightly narrower starting point, I think, can be quite helpful. So that's in the engineering notebook. Another page in the notebook that I think is really helpful is at the very end of the notebook. It's the careers and technology page, and that points out a couple of different related careers like site manager, conservator, and geologist. And has just little blurbs about how they relate to the work of archaeology. And I think that page as well might spawn some different ideas. It did occur to me that, archaeology, history, it's not necessarily a subject that is everyone's area of interest. But once you start digging down into what archaeology can involve, and you realize that there might be scientific lab work and there might be geology involved, then we can see how we can really engage students whose areas of interest might not be specifically history, but there are related fields that they can engage with. Other places to look, I think the robot game rulebook, or basically the robot field, can spawn some really interesting ideas. We definitely had some projects last year that didn't come from the project sparks and instead came from a student looking at an actual mission model and saying, you know what, that's actually a really interesting problem. I wonder if we could come up with a real solution rather than a mission model robot game solution, and having that as a starting point. So that's definitely worth considering. And then, of course, your own brainstorming, your own research and interviews with experts. I've just highlighted Time Team. This is one of my favorite TV shows that I think might be a good resource. It's a British TV show about archaeology. What I like about it, I think it's a really accessible one where the scientific principles and the historical background are explained really clearly. And I also like it because it's a very sort of real life view of archaeology where they have all sorts of, I think, quite relatable problems, like it's raining and my hole is filled with water and the thing I'm trying to pick up is just really fragile. And I think those types of shows might spawn some fairly narrow and therefore approachable problems for teams to consider. A little bit more on the scope of archaeology. I just wanted to highlight, I went onto Wikipedia. I think the scope of archaeology is immense. And so there are lots of different things that your team can be thinking about engaging with. So I just picked out some things I thought were interesting. There's an entire field of Australian archaeology. Numismatics, which is the study of currency, is very closely linked to archaeology. There's archaeobotany, which looks at the study of plants that are found on archaeologic sites that can point to things to do with ancient agriculture or eating habits. If your students are not interested in digging things up, then there's an entire field of aerial archaeology, which uses images taken from above to try and locate and understand sites. There's experimental archaeology, which involves basically reenacting different scenarios to try and understand how things might have been made or might have been done. I think that one's really fascinating. I think you could get some really interesting projects relating to experimental archaeology. And then there's the archaeologic sciences, so things like lithic analysis, which is the study of stone artifacts, archaeometallurgy. So if you've got kids who are really interested in science, not so much in history, good news, there's a lot of science in history and archaeology. Moving on from that, just some thoughts from a judge and judge advisor about what makes a good project idea, what translates to a good presentation, and then doing well across the rubric criteria. These are the things I think make a difference. Students and teams need to have a really well-defined scope for the problem that they are trying to solve. If the scope of the problem is very broad, students will struggle to develop a solution for it. So what I think benefits teams is having a tight and well-defined scope for the problem. A good project can be supported by research or expert interviews. The research component is a big one of the rubric criteria, and so it needs to be a problem. If you have a problem that is age appropriate, so the type of content that they would be researching is accessible to them, they will be able to develop an understanding, improve on their understanding, and communicate that back. There are references in the rubric to building models or prototypes or even doing drawings. So a project that enables the solution to be built is going to do better than one that can't be built. And when I say built, I don't mean like a final version built. I do mean building a prototype, doing a detailed drawing, making a model. Those sorts of things absolutely do meet the criteria on that rubric. But I think teams should go into, or at least fairly early on in the process, think about here's our problem, here's our proposed solutions. And when thinking about your solutions, which of these might we be able to implement or build, and use that as part of a decision-making process. Something that's not really called out specifically in the rubric, but I think judges do really notice, is the incorporation of real STEM, so real science, real technology, real engineering, real math principles. So I think we see some really interesting, we get some really interesting projects where the students have been able to, in an age-appropriate way, properly engage with the scientific basis of what they've developed. Or, depending on what they're building, maybe do some 3D printing, do some CAD models, engage with the technology, engage with the maths, and think about incorporating those ideas. There are specific rubric criteria about sharing your project solution. And I think, again, the more sort of advanced thinking, so the earlier in the process that teams think about this, the better it tends to go. What you're building or what you're designing, who and how is it going to be shared? If it's a project that has some kind of local significance or local impact, then that opens up a really good range, I think, of ways of sharing and getting feedback. Alternatively, if it's something maybe more maybe not local, but directed at a specific part of the archaeological field, reaching out and making connections with experts, not just for the research phase, but also for the sharing and the improvement phase as well. So try and make some lasting connections so that you can engage those experts through the process. And then the most important one, I think, is to pick something that is of genuine interest to the students. That's why I really wanted to stress how broad the field of archaeology was, because I think that there is absolutely an area of archaeology for anyone, regardless of the things that they find interesting. It's such a broad field. You should be able to find a project that interests the students, and students with genuine interest in the topic that they're researching and developing, they are the ones who are able to engage really well with the judges and communicate that passion and that enthusiasm that we look to see in the interviews. Okay, I've got a slide dedicated to questions at the end, but I had 3 questions come through already that I thought I would address now that I think are maybe common ones that people are thinking about. The first one is, how old is archaeology? This is a really interesting question that I don't have a proper answer to. I found, or Andrew kindly sent me a link to a Victorian organisation that says that archaeological objects should be at least 75 years old. But then I was doing some more research and I found a lot of government institutions in the United States follow something called the 50-year rule, which I think is a pretty good guide. I think we aim to have try and broaden the scope as much as possible so teams can do things they're interested in. So I think 50 years is a pretty reasonable one. But then I was also asked, can you solve a problem, or can your project involve solving a problem for archaeologists of the future? And so, can we look at maybe preserving items present today so that when archaeologists of the future look back at our time period, they are able to better understand our society and our way of life? And I've yet to find anything that would rule that out. I think if a team can justify how that is archaeology, I think the scope for this project is very broad. And so I don't want to say, it's got to be 50 years, because you might have a really interesting project that relates to the preservation of online information or something like that. I think that's totally viable. And of course, you can look at objects that date back many years, but we look at them today and our work is around preservation. So how old is archaeology? If we're looking at traditional archaeology, maybe 50 years old, but if you can justify it, you can come up with a good justification for your project, I think go for it. And then the other question I'll flag is, does paleontology count? And I do have a firm answer to this one, which is no. Paleontology is dinosaurs. And while a lot of the techniques I think that paleontologists use to uncover dinosaur bones probably have a lot of similarity to how archaeologists work, it's a different field, because fundamentally archaeologists are studying artifacts and buildings and things from human history, and that is a different field to paleontology, which is about dinosaurs. Okay, those are my 3 questions. So that's the end of what I've got. I've got a slide at the end for questions. So I'll stop there. I might take the slides down so I can see people's faces. And if anyone's got questions, please do share.
Mel, Adrian here. Hi.
Hi.
Just go back to that 50-year rule. I didn't quite understand what that is all about on the archaeology.
So, yeah, look, I think that a lot of teams will be wondering how old something has to be to count as an archaeological artifact or site. So I've done a little bit of research. Andrew pointed me in the direction of a Victorian institution that says that archaeological objects should be 75 years or older. I did some more research. I found a number of government institutions in the United States that say, particularly for buildings, buildings have to be 50 years old to be classified as being of historical significance. So that's the 50-year rule that I found. But like I was saying, I think that if a team can justify, come up with a well-reasoned justification as to why they think something else counts as something more recent, we prefer to allow as many projects as possible if it's topics that the teams are genuinely engaged with. So I don't want to say it's 50 years. I think what I'm trying to say is if it's 50 years old, you can definitely justify it being an archaeological artifact. And if it's less than 50 years old, then I think it's up to your team to figure out how to justify it.
Okay, so in other words, 50 years or older, basically.
I think if it's 50 years or older, then no question, it's archaeological if you want it to be. I think if it's less than that, you'll have to come up with some reasoning of your own.
Okay, thanks.
On that topic, I was watching a session that was put on by some of the American teams with archaeologists there, and the archaeologists were talking about a catastrophic event that happened maybe 25 or 30 years ago that buried houses and such. And so they were studying what people had in their garages that had been buried underneath this. I mean, if you had something like Mount St. Helens erupting and burying the area, you've got a lot of archaeology preserved there that is not 50 years old.
Yeah. I think definitely if you can find a bit of a consensus from a group of historians or archaeologists that something should be considered an archaeologic site, I would just present that as part of the presentation and say that we're studying this because we can see all of these experts saying that, yes, this is definitely archaeology. Really, I'm just flagging the 50-year rule to say that I think if it's 50 years or older, you probably don't need to put a justification in. I think you can just say that, many American institutes say that this would be archaeology based on the date alone. And if it's a little bit more recent, then you would have to go out and do your own little bit of research and find your own expert to say, yes, it's more recent, but for these reasons, we think this is archaeology.
To put it in a different way, you don't want to have the judges thinking, is this valid? You want to make sure that they're spending their time asking you good questions about other stuff.
Hi.
No.
So,
Go on, sorry.
I just want to ask. Okay, sorry. My question is, what are some of the best ways that students and teams have been able to articulate community impact on their project and make that connection for y'all or you all as judges?
That's an interesting question. I think that the sharing is actually one of the things that teams can find quite challenging, actually. We see really good engagement from teams really up to that point in the process, even doing some of their own testing and iteration. And once it comes to the sharing bit, it becomes a bit more challenging. I think that teams should, when they are doing the sharing and the community engagement, think about diverse ways of engagement. So I think at the moment, teams are quite reliant on Google surveys, basically. Here's our idea. Here's the thing we've developed. Can you please fill in my 10-question Google survey? And then they present some graphs at the end of it, possibly. I would encourage teams to think about other ways of sharing and engaging the community. So if you have built something, take it into a classroom, take it into a community center, interview people, I think interviews are really interesting. Share it with experts. Try and think about your community as a range of people. You might be designing your solution for a specific person, but that doesn't mean you can't get thoughts on it from other people. So try and engage a range of different people for feedback. I think different perspectives are always really useful. And then think about different ways of getting the feedback. So taking it to them and asking them, do a survey as well. Do some consultation over email with an expert that you can't reach in person. Think about a range of information. How that gets presented, I think, is very dependent on the nature of the presentation. I think that if you're doing maybe a slightly more formal, slightly more slides-based presentation, then yes, we've got graphs, we've got interview snippets, that kind of thing. But if you're doing more creative presentation, then maybe you in your presentation, you're retelling the story of an interview that you did. And then you can provide some more information during the Q&A through your documentation that actually backs up that story that you told. We were acting the role of the person we interviewed, but here's the transcript of the interview. Here's the 3 other interviews we conducted. Here's the graph that we've developed based on our survey. So think about I think about multiple ways of presenting.
So we'll be going through a few of the how-to stuff in a little bit. But yeah, I know Fred's got limited time. So has anyone else got any questions, like process-based or rules-based or anything like that before we skip on to the robot game? And bear in mind, if you've got any other questions, you can post them and I can forward them to Mel later. We did get one, Mel, confirming forensic archaeology is okay. I said yes.
I mean, it's in the name.
Cool.
I think that was easy enough to justify, yes.
Yeah.
Thanks, Mel. Very good. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mel. Really appreciate it. Okay, so now we get into the thing that will invite untold debate, rules, lawyering, and giving poor Fred much stress, hopefully. So take it away, Fred.
Thank you very much, Andrew. So yes, for those who don't know me, I'm Fred Westling. I'm the head referee for the Australian region. The way this session is going to work is basically it's a Q&A with a little bit of structure. So I'm going to go through the missions one by one. I'm not going to say anything really that the rules or field setup guide or updates don't say. I'm basically just going to explain them and demonstrate them on my table here. In case you don't have your own table at home and haven't seen it sort of operate yet, that might help. But I encourage you to, if you have any questions during any of that, please pop them in the chat or unmute yourself. And I want to sort of answer the questions as we go through it, just so it still makes sense. We haven't sort of moved on as much as possible. If you could think of a question later, that's totally fine.
So for those of you that aren't familiar with Zoom, you may want to pin Fred's window or just put up active speaker or something so you're not trying to look through a tiny little window.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. So a couple of disclaimers up front. Same as what Andrew was saying, same as what Mel said. What I say here isn't necessarily any official ruling. I don't want people coming to Australian events and saying, but Fred said this at the thing, so it should be allowed. Even worse, going to international events and saying that because they won't know who I am. So my role as head referee here is to advise and train referees on how to interpret the rules and make sure that everyone in at least Australia is scoring teams in the same way, so that every team understands why they got the score they got, and don't walk away thinking, should have got this, shouldn't have got this, I don't know why they did that. Now there's a thing we talk about in refereeing, which is correct decisions versus good decisions. So a correct decision is one where you have followed the rules to the letter and you have applied them exactly as they should be applied. We really need correct decisions. That's kind of essential to making the program work across multiple events, across multiple volunteers and teams. But the rulebook doesn't cover every possible scenario or every possible idea. So that's where good decision comes in. A good decision is one where the referees sort of use their interpretation, work with a head referee, work with a team, understand the context of the decision, and make a decision that is fair and equal. So the reason I say that is when I'm answering questions here, I'll do my best to answer them in a correct way, but without the specific match context, it may not be the same call you get in the moment, if that makes sense. So there are some cases where I might say, yes, as described, this would be allowed, but if you see it happen on the day, there might be something different about the context that the referees see there. So that's kind of why I say that if I say something is allowed here, that doesn't necessarily mean it'll be perfectly allowed. And if I say something isn't allowed, it doesn't necessarily mean you won't do it. I'm just trying to give you sort of an idea of how to prepare for your season. I'll also be answering your questions on the fly. So I may have immediate answers for some of them. I may not. If I don't, I'll work with Andrew to get a answer out to you after the session. I do want to answer every question. I just may not be able to do them in this session. And similarly to Mel, I have contact details. They're on firstaustralia.org. If you want to reach out to me and ask questions during the season, please feel free. And I can update the Australian community if a couple of people ask me or if I decide it's something that needs to be shared.
So can I ask everyone, if you got a question, put it in the chat. And Fred, if you want us to zoom in on the missions while you're talking on our board, we can do that too. So we'll play it as you wish.
I'll let you know. I'm going to try to do it myself on this end, but there are some cases that I may not be able to because, as you can probably tell, this isn't a regulation field. The Lego is right, the math's right. There's a speed bump in the middle, and there's no walls. So there's going to be a few cases where I might need a better field. Okay, going into the rules. I'm not going to go into a lot of detail about the rules in general. They are very much the same as last year. So a couple of the rules have been rewritten, I think, for clarity, which I think is actually quite nice. Like they're a bit easier to read and more comprehensive now. But the content of them hasn't significantly changed. There's one rule where they omitted a thing that was there last year, and that's specifically. Give me a second. The before the match rule 9. So if you have the Robot Game rulebook with you, it might help to walk through it while I'm talking. But in rule 9, it said last year that trolleys and storage tables were not allowed. That line has been removed, implying that this year's storage tables and trolleys are allowed, but the key part of that rule hasn't changed, which is that everything you use for your match needs to be on the table or in the hands of the technicians. So I think what that means, the way I read that, is there's a lot of Lego to move around an event. A lot of teams use trolleys because they need to carry all that Lego or boxes or something like that. You are very much allowed to wheel your trolley up to the field and unload it. But when the match is getting underway, that trolley can't be storing Lego you're going to be used during the match. It's something that comes up every event I have been at. So I just want to reiterate, when you're at the field, you're either holding the Lego or it's sitting on the table. It can't be sitting on a trolley you brought or sitting in a box underneath the table for you to get to later. Alrighty, the other thing I want to cover very briefly is the way the rules are structured. I'm not sharing a screen at the moment just because we're trying to do camera work and see things, but in the Robot Game rulebook, the robot missions are structured in a very specific way. So for each mission, there is a picture, and then there are several blocks of text. The picture is relevant to scoring because it shows the mission model, it labels certain things that are referenced in the text. The first block of text after the picture is not relevant to scoring. That is flavor text. It is just telling the story of the mission. So referees are not going to use that. Perfect, yes. So you see there, the picture on mission 1 labels where the brush is, where the soil deposits are, and what the dig site is. That's important for scoring reasons, but that first paragraph that says you'll need special tools to clean and uncover buried artifacts, that is unrelated to how the referees score that mission. So I mentioned that for one specific mission, and I'll mention it again when I get to that one. But basically, yeah, that text doesn't mean anything for scoring. The next sets of text all do. So the text that has a red score on the right is explicitly the condition that needs to be met for that those points to score. And some missions have a blue text block at the bottom, which is additional context for when you should and shouldn't score that mission. The only last thing I'll say is the thing that was added last year is back this year, which is the no equipment rule. So mission 1 is a no equipment rule. It has a little Lego block with an X through it. Mission 2 is not a no equipment rule, which means mission 1, if any of your team equipment is touching the mission at the end of the match, that mission does not score. and that is relevant to the mission elements themselves. So in cases where a mission is multiple elements, like with the site flags that we'll get to, mission 15, not an equipment mission, but in that case, it would only apply to one of them. Okay. Now, I am going to move over to the table now. I have one question already up, and it was sort of not about a mission. It was about the general match play, so I'm going to answer it first. And that is, sorry, as we move over here. I need to see my screen as well. I lost my mic up, but that's okay. So the question that I was asked earlier was the home area over here, which on a real table is an actual piece of wood off the mat. As usual, that's the area where you're allowed to touch your robot. The question was if you're allowed to drive the robot through that area, up the wall, presumably to come access a mission which is hard to get to from the mat. So effectively, if I have a robot in home, coming all the way through the mat and getting here, it's hard to pick up this element. But if I drive through home, it might be a bit easier. The answer to that question is that is allowed as long as your robot starts fully in the launch area. There's no rule that says it can't enter home on its own. It can enter home, it can do stuff in home, and it can drive out as long as the robot doesn't get interrupted by the technicians. Oh, I've gone blurry. That's no fun.
You just blurred out.
Give me a second. Yeah, there we go. Okay. Alrighty, now we're going to set this up. I want to let the dog eat it. Okay. So, missions. Alrighty. Are there any questions at this point? Now we've got the general rules.
You got one question about the soil deposit, but you can get to that when you get to the mission. I'll bring it up.
Amazing. Cool. All right. I'm just setting up the mission that fell over just then. Cool. A little bit balanced. All right. Mission 1 is called surface brushing. Wow. It's over here. Ooh. So this one's really simple. We like simple ones. I'm gonna get rid of the tripod and just hold it by hand. So this mission has 2 requirements. If these soil deposits are completely cleared, touching the mat, you get 10 points for each of those. And if this brush is no longer touching the dig site, you get 10 points for that as well. And this is a no equipment model, so you can't be touching any of this model to score those points.
So I have first question for you, Fred. The light green parts, do they have to be fully extended or not?
That's a good question. And I would say no, they don't. They need to be touching the mat, but they don't need to be full extended. So if I'm a referee, I'm looking at this, I would say that that's touching the mat. That is definitely touching the mat. But benefit of the doubt, I would give them that point.
Second question. If the brush is touching equipment at the end of the match, do you still score the points for it not touching the not touching that mission?
Unfortunately, what I would say in that case is the equipment constraint specifically says a mission model cannot earn points if it is touching equipment at the end of the match. So because this mission has the equipment constraint, and this is a condition of that mission, if the brush is somewhere else touching the robot, it does not score points for that mission.
So just to clarify for the people that are asking, if I have the brush on me and it's racing out to the forum and I don't get there, I then don't get the 10 points for the brush not touching the soil brushing mission.
Correct. That is how I'm reading the rules at the moment. Last year, there was an update around the equipment constraint that it didn't cover that situation, but it was related. So it's possible one like that will happen this year. But as it stands at the moment, that is correct.
That's all the questions I've got.
Cool. All right. I'm going to put this brush over here for later and move on to mission 2, the map reveal.
Give me airsick, Fred.
Yeah, I was worried that might happen. Zoom needs better image stabilization, I think. All righty. Or I suppose I could
Well, if you want, we can get our camera and you can talk if that's easier.
I'd be okay with that. Yeah, mine does keep cutting out as well, so that might be
Yeah.
sensible.
Okay, Lendl, are you guys ready to activate the camera out there? Okay, so if you
Give me
guys,
1 second.
so you want to, you guys will want to pin Lyndall Clark's. Oh no, we've got a stable.
Yeah, I've got it for now, but we
Okay,
can
well,
cut back to Lyndall's if we
yeah,
need to.
if you need it. Yep, go for it,
Yeah.
Vic.
So, map reveal involves these 3 topsoil sections, and the 3 sections are different, have different conditions. So one is there's a little line on the field, and the thing needs to be completely pushed past that line. One is removing this completely, so it's no longer touching this model. And one is pulling this across so that this latch falls down completely. This is a good time to mention the robot game updates. If you, I definitely recommend keeping an eye on the updates during the season in case something changes for your missions, but also just before your event. So there was an update, a week 0 update on this, explaining exactly the conditions. So the point of that being, because the condition is it's completely cleared, there might be questions around, if I moved a little bit, is this completely cleared? And the answer is no. This has to be completely removed. This has to be across the line, and this latch has to have fallen down. So that should be pretty clear. Any questions on that one?
So Kelly, did that answer your question? Yeah, I think that's a yes.
Cool. Alrighty. Next mission, mission 3, the Mineshaft Explorer. This is the shared mission for this year. I quite like it personally. It's a little bit easier than last year, and I lost my camera again. Give it a second, it'll come back. There we go. Okay. So you'll see here, I only have half the mission model set up, and that's because I want to show the practice setup for the other one. But the full model has a ramp coming off here, and it starts with a minecart sitting over here. So the first condition here is that your team's minecart, the one that starts on here, ends up on the opposing team's field by passing through this upright structure. So if you lift that, the minecart will drive through, fall down the ramp, and then it'll be on the opposing field and score you 30 points. Then there's a bonus for the other team doing the same thing, or specifically for the opposing team's minecart to be on your field. So if I head over here, this is where that model is on the other side. And what I've demonstrated here is what's called the practice setup for this mission. So because there is a need to pick up the minecart when the other team releases it, FLL designed this year's field so that if you only have one table, you can set up the mission like this, and you can practice picking up this minecart, or you can practice releasing it on the other side of the field. When this ramp is placed like this on an FLL table wall, not on a bowl made of Arizona mesquite, it should sit at about the right height, within a little bit of tolerance, that it should be in about the right place to pick up. So what that means is that you need to be a little bit tolerant of change if you're practicing the mission like this, but also if you aren't. So if you remember last year, there was a big problem with different wall thicknesses, different placements of the cross-field model. There's a similar situation this year where there's lines on the field, which are very hard to see in the camera, I appreciate, that illustrate how far this model can be placed. So it can be placed anywhere from here to here. So that's quite a big difference in where it's likely to be placed. And it's done to compensate for wall thicknesses of different sizes. So if you design your robot to pick up the minecart from exactly this position, like so, then one thing is the practice setup is not exactly the same as a real 2-field setup. So it's a little bit off in height. And the other thing is that base model is going to be shifted depending on the exact tournament you're at. So you have to be a little bit conscious of that while you're designing a robot. The nice thing about this model is that it was designed this year to not twist the way that the submersible model last year did. So it should be a lot more consistent within that variability. Okay. Any questions on that one?
If you want to flick over to the view from Lyndall Clark, who's got a close up of that with a support, if everyone's having trouble visualizing.
That's a good idea, Andrew. Yeah, I'm not quite clear on that.
So have a look
That's
have a look at Pin Lyndall Clark's video, and you'll see the other side.
So part of the importance of that practice setup is that unless you have multiple teams, the kit you get will only have one of these minecart models on it. So you can basically set it up with the practice setup for your team's minecart or for the other team's minecart. You can't set it up completely for both, but you can at least set it up so that you can work with it either way. Okay, any other questions on that one?
Henry, answer to that one is the double setup gives teams more freedom to move, and the wall thickness really messes with stuff. Our tables are very different to the ones they have at Macquarie Uni. So teams that compete at Wollongong get a rude shock when they go to Macquarie, and vice versa if there's anything. We used to have teams that would put stuff over the outside of the walls, never thinking that walls were different thicknesses.
Mm-hmm.
So it is an ongoing thing. Okay, Fred, keep going.
Cool. Alrighty, mission 5.
You missed
mission 5.
You missed the underneath of the underneath
the blue text.
The pulling the stuff out from underneath the mine shaft.
You're right. Mission 4, careful recovery. Woo. So going back to this model here.
This one currently has most teams vote for being the cruelest.
It is pretty savage, but it gives you 3 points if you don't need to do it. So The way this mission works is there's an artifact inside this mission model, and let me just make sure I'm reading the exact right wording. The precious artifact is not touching the mine, gives you 30 points. So if I reach in and grab that and I pull it out, you see where that went? There. That counts for 30 points, which is a pretty good score. There's a bonus. Sorry, there's not a bonus. There's an independent condition, which is that these supports are both standing up. So if I manage to extract it without tipping those supports, or if I manage to set them back up after I tip them, which is very, very difficult, you get an extra 10 points. Now, the reason I said there's an independent rather than a bonus is that if you leave this mission completely alone, you never score the precious artifact. You still get the points for the support structure. So something to keep in mind when the referees are going through your scores, if you didn't attempt mission 4 and those structures are still up, you should get that extra 10 points. You want to make sure the referee notices that. This is also a no equipment mission. So if you build some kind of structure to hold the supports up, grab the artifact and then leave, and the structure stays there, you will not get the points for that, the supports being up. Any questions on that?
Just a tip, look for another way to get the model out. I have seen a video where there is a team has gotten the artifact out a different direction.
Seems fiddly either way, but that's for all you to figure out. Alrighty. If there's no more questions on that, I'm going to move on to mission 5. Okay. So mission 5 is titled Who Lived Here? It's another no equipment mission. The criteria is that this floor is completely upright. So you'll notice if I tip it like this, it doesn't want to stay up. If I push this lever across, it does want to stay up. It's a no equipment mission. So again, you can't solve this by putting something heavy on here or putting a little stand holding it up. The intention of the mission is to push this across. If you can find another way to do it, cool. But that's 30 points if it's completely upright. Alrighty. Any questions on that one? Otherwise, I'm going to move on to mission 6.
No questions yet. I'll let you know if any pop up.
Wonderful. Mission 6 is, unfortunately, one of those ones that's hard to get from the outside of the field from this end. You can sort of see that. Yeah, cool. So this is the forge, and there are 3 ore blocks contained in this mission model. If you activate the model, they fall out. And the condition here is ore blocks that are not touching the forge being this entire model. So if you somehow accidentally put them back on, they won't score anymore. But if you kick them out, that counts for 10 points each, 30 points total. Now, there's a little bit of blue text in this one, because for mission 14, which we'll get to later, we need to know which of these ore blocks contains the fossilized artifact. So if you can successfully get these completely into home, then your technicians can split them open and reveal which one has the artifact. So it's not that one. It is that one. So that's a rare exception to the rule about separating mission models. And it's explicitly stated in the mission that they are allowed to do that by hand. So I'm going to take this artifact and I'm going to save it for later because we will need it later on.
So Fred, just to toss in 2 things there, just make sure abundantly clear they can only touch it in home. That's worth repeating because there's a bunch of people that have missed that one already. And setup of the boulders.
Yes. Okay. So good time to mention the field setup video is one of the very few official documents that has critical information in it. So if you haven't seen the field setup video, definitely go take a look at it. But the boulders basically end up on this platform and randomized order. So it's not the middle one is always the fossil. It's not any specific one. Referees will just grab the 3, put them on there randomly. As you mentioned as well, so clarifying, if I release it, it's out there, and my technician is standing here, they cannot just grab it and then start taking them apart. It has to make it completely into home, with or without the robot, and then they can pick it up and take it apart and look at it. You still score points for this mission if they're out here. You aren't allowed to separate them until they get to home. Okay.
Second question for you, Fred. Is there any need to separate the boulders to score the artifact mission later on?
Good question. So we'll describe the artifact mission a bit more later on, but the short answer is you don't need to separate it. As long as the right boulder is in there, the referees can split it open themselves after the match to check which ones you put in there. As with anything, there is some risk. If you try to deliver all 3 and one falls off your robot, you got a 1 in 3 chance of not scoring those points. Whereas if you know which one it is, then you can just pop it on the robot. Off you go. But no, there's absolutely no need to break them apart during the match. Okay. Mission 7 is this mission here. It's called Heavy Lifting, and it's pretty straightforward. This millstone is no longer touching this base. So as long as it's not touching the base in any way, it counts for 30 points. It's not a no equipment mission, so you're allowed to keep holding that millstone. You're allowed to touch the base, whatever you need to do. It's just 30 points. It's just kind of hard to get to. I'm going to take this one away as well for later. Okay. Mission 8, the silo. This is one that I'm sure will be a pain for many coaches whose kids are easily distracted. I say, having been a coach before and knowing how that goes.
It is already happening.
I'm 100% sure that's correct. So this silo is a very simple mission again. There are 3 gears inside there. And the silo needs to be emptied of those preserved food pieces so that it can be analyzed in the lab. So you get 10 points for each piece no longer in the silo. So that counts as 10 points. And that got the other two out. So it's one of those missions that's very fun for the kids because they get to launch stuff out of the silo by hitting a big hammer button. Again, a little harder for coaches, but we make do. All right, again, very simple, not an equipment mission, so it can be whatever. It can be touching the robot still. 10 points per piece that has left the silo, and it should be pretty straightforward to see if it's left the silo.
Fred, might also be worth mentioning the variability of what comes out.
Yes, as you even saw just then, when I did it a few times, it shot out at different speeds, at different, etc. The blue gear, so there are 3 pieces of preserved food, and I've already lost one of them, but that's okay. There are 2 of this beige color, and there's 1 of this blue color. They are very, very similar, except one has a round hole and one has an axle hole. They come out at different speeds depending on how hard you hit it. When you hit it, how quickly you hit all 3. It's quite difficult to predict where they end up. Was that what you were referring to?
Yeah.
Cool. Just picking that up before the dog eats it.
So we've had some questions saying, does it matter the order they go in? I believe the answer is no. And
I believe the answer is no, yeah.
I hope everyone has lots of spares.
Yes. But you very much shouldn't bring those spares to the field because the referees don't want your spares. All right. Okay, next mission. What's on sale? I quite like this one. It's a nifty little mechanism. Let me look at it down here. Okay. So you can still see it's over this one over here. So it's a little marketplace, and you have to restore the market stall and reveal items that were once traded between the village and its visitors. So there are 2 conditions on this one. One is that this roof is completely raised, and the other is that the market wares are raised. This is a no equipment mission, so it's quite difficult to only partly raise it, and you're not allowed to have a robot holding it like that. But the conditions are 20 points for the roof, 10 points for the wares, and it should be pretty straightforward. Note that the roof has to be completely raised, but the wares only have to be raised. So if they're off the ground even a little bit, that will score for points. But again, it's hard to raise it just a little bit. Okay, any questions on that one? Otherwise, I'll move on to mission 10, tip the scales, which is this mission over here with the buckets. Another quite fun one. So this is a good, if you haven't got your kit yet or haven't built your kit yet, haven't had to play around with it, it's a good one to see. So there are 2 conditions. One is that the scale is tipped and touching the mat. The other is that the scale pan is completely removed. So completely removed means no longer touching that model at all. What you'll notice is that if I reset the mission model and then I try to pull out the pan without lowering the scale, I just can't do it. That being said, this is not a bonus point to remove the scale pan. If you can figure out a way to remove it without lowering this, you do get those 10 points. But by far the easiest way to do it is tip that over, get 20 points, pull that out, get another 10. Okay. Not an equipment mission. So you're allowed to have equipment touching this, but keep in mind that if there's equipment under the scale pan, it does not score points because it has to be touching the mat. Alrighty. I'm going to use that scale pan later as well. Okay. Next mission is Angler Artifacts. Another one of those fun mechanical ones. And here we go. So this mission here, this yellow crane with a red handle. There are 2 conditions here: that the artifacts are raised above the ground level. So if I do that a couple of times, the artifacts are now raised. And the bonus is that this blue flag is partially lowered. So if I keep pushing it up, you'll see my flag has now lowered a little bit. If I keep going, it lowers completely. So even that little bit would count the points. Now, this is a no equipment mission, so you might be thinking, can I just drive by, push that up? As you can see, it does fall back down unless somebody's holding it, and you can't use equipment to hold it. So that is one thing. The other thing is that is a bonus condition. So this doesn't score unless these are raised. Again, if you haven't seen this mission in person yet, this flag is not a push, it's a pull. Or push on the top, but anyway.
I'll put a word of warning out too, guys. The mine shaft is the longest mission to build. The crane so far has had the most errors.
Interesting. I found the statue the hardest to build.
The handle. So I didn't say it's hardest to build, the most errors. The statue is the statue is a pain in the butt.
We can agree on that.
Yeah, so this one, it's very easy to get the gear or handle wrong if the kid isn't paying attention. So, or the string. So triple check coaches.
There are a few hints you can sort of find when you build it, if it's wrong or not. One is that when it's fully released, the string should be quite loose. You can see it's not taut, so moving this flag around doesn't do anything. Whereas if I push it a couple of times, if it's a little bit tight, then moving it around does things. So it shouldn't be like that. It should be loose when it's fully reset. That's just something I noticed when I was building it. Okay.
Fred, can you just go through that one more time? I didn't quite understand a bit about the blue handle. Go ahead one more time.
From the string being loose or the scoring?
Just the scoring again. Yeah.
Yeah. So when this is fully reset, the artifact sits down here, and this blue flag is fully all the way over here. The first condition is that the artifacts are raised, no longer touching the base. The second condition is that if you keep this going up and down, there we go.
Oh,
so eventually this blue flag falls down.
Okay, thank you.
It only has to be partially down to score, but yeah, got that one. Alrighty. Mission 12, salvage operation. This is a cool one. We like the theming this year. Alrighty. So this is another two-part mission. There are two things that are independent, so you can do both or you can do just one. The first one is that the sand is completely cleared. So this is a sunken ship with sand over it. So step one is to clear the sand. And there's blue bonus. Oh, sorry?
Yeah, I haven't actually.
So the blue text on that mission says that the sand is considered completely cleared when the pull activator is beyond the line on the map, past the line on the map. So there's a thin black line where it starts, and there's a thick black line. And if the pull activator is beyond it, then the sand is considered cleared. And the reason I think that they do that explanation is that LEGO is very versatile. So it is possible that you clear it, but it's not technically clear of the boat. Generally speaking, it will work as expected, but LEGO is fickle. So this counts for the 20 points of sand if this bar is across this line.
It's also a thing if you do the boat first before the sand, Fred.
It sure is.
So
the second condition here, the independent one, is that the ship is completely raised, which looks kind of like that. So yeah, it should be pretty clear when it's raised. It doesn't like sitting partly up. It will go all the way up. Another non-equipment mission, so you can't hold it here and say it's completely raised. Push all the way up. But as Andrew was hinting, these are independent conditions. So if I just drive past and I push the ship up, currently the sand is not cleared because the lever is not beyond there. I can pull it, and the sand will look kind of weird, but the pull bar is across, so that still counts for points. Hopefully that makes sense. Any questions on that one?
Nothing's come through on the chat.
Awesome. Then we move on to the statue. So, apologies, I can't zoom in. Lyndall's view might be better for this one. But the statue is this gray model over here. Like we said, a pain to build, but it's kind of cool when it works. It starts lying down like this, and you get 30 points if it stands up like that. If you grab the flipper, it falls down. So it's a finicky mission in that there are a few ways this can end up standing up. It's a non-equipment mission, but even like that, I wouldn't call completely raised. That is completely raised. At one point, I did that's a bit over raised, so I would probably not count that. Similar to the shipwreck mission last year, although an update might come out that explains what to do in that situation.
Fred, I will say
Yes.
the biggest thing that's confused kids on that one is that the flippers, if they're supposed to be flippers, are not symmetrical.
Yeah, that is a...
Might be worth ripping the model up and bringing it around so they can see.
I'll do a... See if that works. So there's a flipper on this side, and there's a flipper on this side, which is not in line with that one. So when you raise it, this flipper, the one that's a bit crooked, is the lever to release it. So that's just something to keep in mind.
Will all the different ways of raising it score 30 points?
Yes. So obviously all of those times I use the little red lever, but there's no reason you can't just grab the head and yonk it if you can get it up, or some other way you can come up underneath it, or yeah, basically the only thing the referee cares about is if it's standing at the end like this. So you can get to that point however you like. As long as, because it's an equipment mission, as long as there's no equipment still touching it at the end there. Which is probably something to keep in mind for the next mission, which involves this area. Because if you're pushing things over, you don't want to accidentally touch the statue with your equipment and then end your match, because then that mission won't score. Okay. Any further questions, or should I move on to mission 14?
Move on. I'm dealing with the other ones.
Sweet. Alrighty, so mission 14, as I just mentioned, is based on this area here. It's called the Forum, and it basically brings together all the missions that we've done already. So, I'm just grabbing the opposing team Minecraft. So, there are 7 things that want to be delivered to this Forum. So, there's the scale pan, there's the millstone, there's the fossilized artifact from the forge, there's the precious artifact, there's the topsoil, the archaeologist brush, and the opposing team's minecart. So not your minecart. There are 2 minecarts in play. The one that starts on your field doesn't want to be here. The one that starts on the other field wants to be here. Something like that. So these are the 7 things. And the scoring for it is pretty straightforward. They just have to be touching the mat and partly in the forum and not touching equipment. So touching the mat, partly in the forum is pretty easy to score as a referee. So those all count. And again, I'm going to do a little flyover. So you can see what that looks like. So pretty straightforward again, 5 points per each of those 7 things if they're touching the forum. Now,
does it have to be in the circle?
It has to be touching the area inside the circle. It has to be touching the mat and partly in the circle, including the vertical space above the circle. So, yeah, so if I can illustrate this, you allow me to fly in a bit. Let's say I'm this minecart.
Need to pull back a little, Fred.
Yeah, I'm setting it up.
Yeah.
So you can see this minecart is touching the mat, and So it's hard to drive. Partly in the circle. It doesn't have to touch the mat inside the circle. It just has to touch the mat and be partly in the circle. If it's fully in the circle, great. Easy points. Okay. So again, that's something. Oh, yep, go ahead.
Yeah, so a question about the fossilized one, if that's
Yes.
upside down or if it wasn't separated and the whole boulder's in there, does that still count?
The short answer is yes. There's no condition that it has to be opened. So even getting back to our point earlier, let's say I had a big old stack of boulders there. There's no reason that would not count because all three are in there. So one of them must be the fossilized artifact. And it's actually, in this case, I'm lying. The bottom boulder would count if it is the fossilized artifact, but the actual one does have to be touching the mat. So what I just did there. Try that again. Give it a second. So go ahead.
So if the fossilized boulder is not open and the top of it's touching but not the fossilized bottom, does that count?
So in that situation.
So yes, if it was like that,
yes.
Does that count?
Yes, I would count that. Basically, what I would say, the way that I interpret the rules is that the boulder counts as the fossilized artifact, the entire boulder, until it's separated. So the other question would be, does that count? And to that one, I would say no. So even though the top of the boulder is in, the artifact itself isn't. But if the whole thing is in, then I would still count that. Does that make sense?
Yep. Thank you.
Cool.
So Fred, if they're connected and they're lying on their side, and say the top one doesn't contain the artifact, and that's the bit that's inside the ring, but the one that does is outside the ring, that would be no.
I see what you're saying. I'm going to quickly assemble that situation. So, like we were saying, it's basically that.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah.
Correct. So
the referee would need to just to identify which one is the one with the actual.
Correct. In this case, the referee would have to get a bit fiddly because I have to remember that these two both count and this one doesn't. So if this is the artifact, it does not count. If either of these has the artifact, I would count it because they're both touching the mat and partly in the circle. But the fact that they're all stuck together doesn't make that one in the circle, if that makes sense.
Because some kids would interpret that as being one unit, not three separate units.
So what I would say to that is, in this case, they're not intended to be one unit. The kids have put them together to be one unit. So I would still count them as three separate mission elements. The fiddly bit is if you separate it, like I was showing earlier, it was originally one unit and now it's 2 units. That gets a little more complicated, but still, yeah, I would treat these as 3 separate mission models.
All right, thanks.
Being conscious of the, and so Fred, being conscious of the time, do you want us to field some questions and get clarification if you have to bail?
Yeah, I'm still good for a couple more minutes.
Okay. Well, you let us know when you got to run.
Yes, we'll do. So were there any more questions on the forum?
There was a question being asked verbally. Go for it. Sorry to interrupt, guys.
For the boulders, do they separately count or only like one for all boulders?
So the way the bowls work is only one of them will count, and it's the one that contains the artifact. So in this case, where I've delivered all 3, the referee will open them up, figure out which one has the artifact. In this case, it's the top one. And only that one will score. You get no points for the other 2 boulders being there.
Okay, thank you.
No worries. Alrighty. Mission 15, site marking. So there are these 3 site markers. They start in either home area. So the team gets to decide. Basically, you get them when you come to the field. You could choose to put 1 in the red home area and 2 in blue. or the other way around, or all three in red, however you want to do it. And they get 10 points each, or other sites get 10 points each if they have a flag touching them, partly inside and touching the mat. So same rule as the forum.
We lost your video feed, Fred.
Yeah, I know, it keeps dropping out.
Yeah,
It comes back on its own. So it's a little tricky, but one site is, you pointing at there, inside the ship. So if I am touching the mat in there, or touching the mat and partly in that area. So, oh no, I broke it. Yeah, I have another one. You see that? That's touching the site and touching the mat. Oh, sorry, partly in the site and touching the mat. So that counts. There's another site, excuse the travel sickness, over there, next to the minecart mission. And there's another site over there, next to the topsoil clearance mission. So these two sites are really small. The site in the shipwreck is quite big, but it is in the shipwreck. So, yeah. Question?
Do the flags have to be like half into the box or only like a little bit into the box?
Only a little bit into the box. So this whole model, only any part of it needs to be in that box. And it doesn't matter how much is, as long as some part of it is also touching the mat. So it has to be touching the mat and at least partly in that box.
Okay.
Now,
Like I mentioned, this is not an equipment mission, so it can be touching the robot as well.
So I've had a couple of people get confused on that, Fred. They thought that the flag had to be touching the mat inside the zone. That's
so
the way it wobbles, that could end up quite badly. But it's good that it
definitely, yeah. These are pretty wobbly. So at the moment, only half of this is touching zone. Oh, I lost my cap again. It's come back. So the way the wording of the criteria is you get points per site with a flag, at least partly inside and touching the mat. So that and touching a mat, the way I read it, is separate to being at least partly inside, in the same way as the forum is.
I have one more question. In the video, what is the black and white thing?
Sorry, which one?
The one that's like next to the ship. What is the black and white thing? It's like a T.
Oh, that's just a decoration on the map. So you can use that to detect where you are if you have light sensors facing down, which may come up in the later sessions. I'm not sure.
Okay.
One other thing about this mission is it's not scored per flag, it's scored per site. So if I put 2 flags in my shipwreck, I only get 10 points because only one of those, only the site counts, not the flags themselves.
Last question for you on this one, Fred. The inevitable, what if the mission breaks and you only deliver half of it?
That's a really good question. So question being, if as I'm delivering it, that happens. This comes down to those correct and good decisions. By the rules, that doesn't happen. Lego doesn't break, which is not the case, obviously. So as referees, we would have to judge it in context whether you intended to break it and whether breaking it made it easier to score. So if you break it so that you can fit that flag in your robot easier and launch it out, and then you don't need to worry about this, the referee is going to say, that was an intentional thing. It made it easier to score the mission, so you don't get points for that mission. If you were genuinely, you're just trying to deliver it and it broke on the way and the referee deemed it as an accident, they will probably give you the points for the mission anyway. Okay, I unfortunately do need to run because I have another engagement that is lined up at 12. But thank you very much for joining us. And like I said, if you have any questions after the session or during the season, you can reach out to me. And if you have any questions, I think Andrew is happy to answer some now as well.
Thank you, Fred. Thank you very much.
I can make an informed guess, but I'll make sure Fred okays anything I say. Thanks, Fred. Appreciate it. And thank you very much, Mel. See you.
Okay, bye, everyone.
Bye-bye. Okay, so if anyone's got any robot questions before we break for lunch, we can do them now. Otherwise, we'll take half hour and then come back with our opening session of core values for adults, which is always a fun trip. Okay, well, that looks like it then. So I will put up, oh, hang on, I'll get this back up. Yeah, so just also reiterate, all these decisions are made for the Australian comp. And I've done enough international events to know sometimes different judges can make wildly different rulings. That's gotten a lot less of a problem than it used to be. But yeah, just be aware of that. So if you are if you're in a different country, or heck, you've got a different state, getting that official ruling from Fred if you're in Australia, or double check with your own head ref. Most definitely worthwhile. Right. So to answer the questions, we will be doing. So looking at our schedule, we will be doing after the break. So sorry, just get this in. We'll be starting with innovation project. After lunch, do the core values, innovation project, and then the last thing we will be doing is the robot strategy and robot design. So again, if you've got to drop out, I do apologize, but it will be recorded. And if you want to send us any questions, I'll make sure they're answered in your absence. Cool. And our robots customized per team skill and imagination, most definitely. Yep. Alrighty, guys. Well, we are now going to lunch for half an hour. So we'll be back at 12:30 our time. If you want to put any questions up in the meantime, send us an email or put them on the chat, and we will be back online shortly. I will also say, if you want to drop out and rejoin, you most definitely can do that too. You don't have to just stay online the whole time. Okay, if anyone is hanging around, we're about to get started again. Everyone come back from lunch yet?
Hi, Andrew.
I'm back.
Yep, Andrew, I'm back.
Excellent. So, yep. So, where are we? Kim put up a question about the jig. Yes. Oh, look, I've had to jump on enough calls with your countrymen that basically it's your guys' turn to be up at the up at the bad hours this time around. Right, so we'll be starting in a minute or two once Lyndall has just let everybody in that was logged out. So, Kim, Raiders of the Lost Brick, are you guys online? Yep.
Is lunch still going?
Lunch is just finished. It is 12:32 and we are about to bring stuff up. I just got to check, make sure that we've got nobody else waiting in the outside the breakout room, and then I will begin. So just bear with me a moment. Okay, everybody. So we're going to get started now. I'm just going to share this. Yoink, there we go. Oh, no, I don't want that one. I'm in the wrong spot. There we go. Let's try that one. There we go. Right. So I wanted to toss in a couple of minutes on some general all-purpose how to be a coach guidelines, as well as some what we affectionately call core values for adults. So to be fair, most of this is something that you pick up after a year or two, but it's always good to get a reminder. I know I have to constantly remind myself of a few things. So this is mostly aimed at the coaches, but it's also something that you should make the parents aware of, because the most grief I've seen in a any first event at any level, is parents that don't understand it and want to confront you about usually something to do with why their little darling didn't get what they wanted, or why you haven't come home with a massive trophy. So yeah, I am sarcastic and I am bitter. It does happen. So there are a few what we call common coach mistakes, right? And this is not so much it's on you. It's just something that you got to work at to prevent from happening. So the the one I personally see most of all is the unbalanced priorities. Right? The robot game is the show pony. It's the flashy part that gets all the kids excited. and the project gets neglected or delayed, one of your primary things to reduce your stress later is to basically force even priorities. So even if that means dedicating, you are going to spend this long on the project, this meeting, regardless of what you want to do with the robot, you need to make sure it gets done. I've seen a few teams where the format is we do the robot together and you do the project at home, and the project at home never gets done. Kids forget to bring it in before you know it. Yeah. So you want to make sure to save yourself stress, ensure that progress. Number two is skipping the core values part, particularly now that we don't have a dedicated core values section. A student or a parent that doesn't come prepared for how a first event runs has some very wrong expectations, and they can often cause you a lot of stress that you can avoid. So even if you just regularly use the line, remember how you compete is worth just as much as what you score. And it's the all-rounders that not go through, not the Uber robots, stuff like that. You're expected to help each other. Right. So that type of thing, make sure you don't skip out on that, make sure they understand it. And then we have the superstar problem. Now, this can go one of two ways, I've seen. You may have a team of 10 kids, but only 2 of them actually show up and do the work. Or you may have a team of 10 kids, but only 2 of them are letting it, only 2 of them are like they're not letting the others do the work. I've seen both of those happen just in the last couple of years. Your job is to identify, recognize when those things are happening and manage it. Now, how you do that is going to depend largely on the kids. You do not want it getting to the point where you got unhappy kids and parents, particularly with that second one. I've had a couple of goes now with teams where this kid is the programmer and nobody else is allowed to touch the code. That's a really bad atmosphere to have in your team. You don't want that. And that usually comes from misunderstanding number 2, right? If you've only got one programmer, then not everyone on your team is going to understand the code, and they're not going to be able to demonstrate that everybody contributed, which is going to hurt you overall. And the last one is, this is the thing that I've got to worry about. I've been doing this so long, I still struggle with it mattering too much to me personally. I will share that. That is something that I have to do. Your biggest job here is you're not building the robots, you're building the kids. I have seen a few very, very funny responses to number 4. Apparently, there is a whole league of coaches in the US, like very much underground. Their secret shame is they build their own robot to compete. They don't let the kids ever see it. They build it, then they run it when the kids aren't looking. I find that very funny. I can understand why. So, as a coach, be aware of those things. Probably the hardest one to deal with is number 3, because that's dealing directly with some potentially very unbalanced team dynamics. It is hard. And this is where I would also recommend you reach out to the local community and ask another coach, hey, what do we do? Heck, even spending time with another team for a while can help that. Hey, can you show this person how to do this? Share notes. All righty. So then we get to some examples. This is sort of a true and false, backwards and forwards thing. I've got some ungracious and gracious behavior for the season and for the competition. So this is sort of a do and don't. So bad things are happening during the season if you are the one that selects the project topic for the team, right? I've seen that happen a lot, sometimes out of sheer frustration that the kids aren't locking stuff down. Other time it's because the coach has a very specific idea and is a bit too much controlling what's going on. Now, in a lot of these, it can happen for good reasons or bad reasons, but what happens is still not great. So worst case scenario, put it down to a vote and go with the majority, even if you think it's a bad idea. And then when it fails, they can tell the judges how it failed and why they moved to something else. That is still a perfectly valid way to describe. Remember, Mel said the process is being judged, not the final product. The other one is to build the solution for them. Now, obviously, you will not be getting a 9-year-old to handle a drop saw. You can definitely help them get stuff made, but you shouldn't be doing it for them. Like they shouldn't be coming back, oh, I'm going to make this, and a week later they find it all built for them. They should have some role in it. Maybe an age appropriate role. Again, building the robot is also a very bad idea, and the judges will pick up on that very, very quickly. It is better for them to build a bad robot, bad in quotes, and on their own than to turn in the Uber robot that you helped them build. And you can guide them, you can give them processes, you can demonstrate, hey, test this. I think this won't work because of this issue. Test it. Am I right or wrong? Right? Get them to own their design choices. And do the code for them. Right? Particularly this one, the kids have to be able to describe the code. I've seen so many teams tripped up. Again, it's because one person knows all the code. It's because one person and the coach. Right? They need to be able, at bare minimum, to describe some of the code themselves. So my team, we have 9-year-olds, sometimes 8-year-olds, and we got 16-year-olds. So no one expects the 9-year-old to know everything, but sometimes they do if they're really keen. But as long as they can talk about the part they worked with, that's great. Right. Anyone got any questions on any of that? No? Okay. Moving on. Right. This is the good behaviors, right? You can make first contact with professionals. In fact, in my team, that's the rule. So the kids say, I want you to contact this person. I'll do the phone calls. I'll do the emails. So it all comes back through an adult's email address or phone number. Apart from youth protection issues, it's a good way to make sure the right message gets across. You can teach them. So the whole point of this is you teach them skills, let them decide how to use them. You are definitely able to help with the admin. So be the gatekeeper on version control, maintain the computers, help them sorting pieces, help with the documents, right? Sometimes, or semi-regularly, my kids will have produced all the material. They just need a bit of hand formatting it, and that's pretty much drudge work, so I'm happy to help them with that. But I won't be writing the reports. I won't be documenting things. They've got to do it. The herding cats part, yeah, never work with children or animals. You can help find roles for your kids. Make them up if you have to, and make sure the work is balanced and shared. It is your job to make sure that happens. And my favorite way to get kids advanced is by asking them questions. Hey, have you thought about what happens if, dumb question, right? Stuff like that. These are all things you can do and should do. And yeah, on the version control, like Ben's just put up, if the kids can manage the version control themselves, that is something you definitely want to tell the robot design judges. They will want to hear that. Right, now during the competition, this one gets a little bit more drama filled because there are sometimes, particularly parents, don't get the idea. There used to be a time you were allowed to have parents come into the judging room with you. That is not the case anymore, and that's for a very good reason. A lot of them just don't get it. So you should never, or no adult should ever argue with a referee, right? Only your team members should discuss the robot game. Even if it's a bad choice, you think it's bad, your job is to shut up and let the kids deal with it. You can have a quiet word to one of them afterwards, offer support, or you could politely go up and say, hey, ref, I think one of the kids has a problem. Is it okay if they talk to you? But you should never be arguing with the ref yourself. In a judging session, yeah, sit on your hands, bite your tongue, and look down. That's for the kids alone. Don't yeah, you should never be speaking in one of those things unless something is about to go horribly wrong. I had one year, we got one of our team members that was mute. She had to communicate on a tablet. So I had to explain what was going on ahead of time, and then I sat down and let the kids deal with it. It can be really hard to do, particularly if the kids are having technical issues. But again, you could at most say, excuse me, judge, they're having problems, and maybe the judge will let you help them. Maybe they got to do it on their own, but you should never pipe up yourself. We have the ceremonial duct tape for those that can't handle that. Tape over the mouth and just be quiet. You should never be working on the robot, or worse, be at the practice table by yourself. That looks terrible, and the judges will notice. You'll be doing more harm to your team than good if you do that. So when I'm at the table with my team, I'll have my hands deliberately behind my back, and I'll be saying things like, okay, guys, I think you should do a time trial now. Oh, don't fret too much about that. It's just a little problem. Keep going. We're going to manage the timing on this one. Practice your changeovers. Not a big deal, right? At the practice table, you can give support suggestions, that type of thing, but don't be doing the work yourself. And the robot game, it gets a little bit more strict. You shouldn't really be telling them what to do. You're not the director at the robot table. Cheer them on, shout encouragement, but don't be going, oh, rescue, or run zone 3, skip zone 2's, jump onto the next mission. You should not be doing that. The kids need to be doing it. And this is possibly the hardest one sometimes. You're the one that models the proper behavior to them. They look to you and they will follow your lead. So if you are choosing to be gracious, if you are helping them focus on the wins rather than they didn't get a bit of plastic at the award ceremony, right? That's definitely something you should be doing. You should never be complaining. Now, the gracious side of things, this is what you should be doing at an event. Number one, thank the volunteers, please. It makes a huge difference in their days. Yeah, be nice to the volunteers. Say thanks to the refs, thanks to the judges. If you got swag, offer them to the judges or the refs. They may say no, but yeah, just be nice. This is my personal one. I have a huge amount of respect for any team on a practice table that gets off without cutting into my time that's coming in next. We're there for the whole 10 minutes. We get off at 10 minutes. That takes 2 minutes. So the next team only has 8 minutes. Right? You lead the team in showing respect to other teams. And sometimes we're even able to invite another team onto our slot at the practice table. We only want one half of it. Someone over there is looking desperate. Hey, you guys, we're using this part. You want to use that? And you can save a kid. You can save a kid's event by doing something like that. But be very aware of the time on the table. Yeah, I mentioned that one. Be the model of behavior. Right? Be the one that helps them move on when things go wrong. Not if, when. Yeah, carry things. Your job can sometimes be described as glorified pack mule. If a box is too big or too heavy, you can carry it. Help them get where it's needed, but then let them do the setup. And often what we find with my kids, the best thing you can do is take them aside a bit beforehand, settle the nerves, practice them through, encourage them, give them the basis on which to proceed. Right? This type of stuff matters a lot, and it can change how they interact with the season. So yeah, what Mel said with all that, is, again, remember, this is about the process. This is not about the final result. So you want to make sure your kids know at first it is how they compete, their attitude, their character. That matters more than points on the table. Okay, so we're about to do, I'm just going to skip ahead to this next bit. Anyone got any questions on any of that? Yep. So if you want to, show these slides to your parents so they get a bit of understanding. Yeah, I have heard stories about parents arguing with a judge in the judging room, which basically trashed that team's season. Yeah, you can get, I've heard some pretty bad stories over the years from the US, Australia, and various other countries. So do not be the team that serves as a cautionary tale for others. You don't want that to be a legacy. Okay, so we are now going to look at the innovation project. So what we're going to be doing is
Move on.
Oh, yep, go on.
Before you move on, our team has had a negative experience at a tournament, which I'm not seeking to correct. I'm just seeking to add another example to the ones you've already covered.
Yep.
And so our team has been insulted, and what are you doing here? And we happen to be having a problem with a gyro that wasn't calibrated properly and the robot was spinning. But do you have any advice for others who might find themselves in that situation?
Bad behavior from another team?
Yep.
Yep. Okay. So first things first, protect your kids. Second thing, if you're at Wollongong, go find me or whoever is the one that is running the event, file a bad GP report, have a quiet word to the team, have a quiet word to the organisers. There is a pretty strong undercurrent of support. I've had to do this myself a couple of times. A couple of times in 16 years is not too bad, I thought. But yeah, protect your kids and then go and take action. Don't just take it. If someone is being revolting, adult or child, you should never be interacting with another person's child directly. If it's an adult, try and have a polite word. If it's not working, grab a volunteer. Hopefully it never gets to that point, but that's definitely how I would approach it. Okay. So innovation project. What we're going to be doing now is be introducing some of my kids who are going to run through how we do project selection and a couple of ideas on things. But Mel already covered this part. Yeah, so archaeology is study of human history. Now, when it comes to the problem, it can be an indirect thing, like getting access to a dig site counts just as much as finding out the results. And Mel also touched on this one, the time frame. So what you do can affect things in the future, the past and the present. So where we go through that. Yep. So mentors provide the guidance for this stuff. This is not Shark Tank. This is not let's make an elevator pitch and make millions of dollars. As Mel said, the journey to the solution is worth more than the product. As we will often say, you don't get rewarded for having money. So if you have a full CAD diagram of your solution and the team next to you has a fully realized 3D printed machined working project, that doesn't give them a boost. If you don't, having the resources doesn't translate into their project is better. So focus on how it's implemented. And this one, not so much an issue this year, but you are definitely not restricted to the project sparks or the mission models. You can be weird. In fact, I encourage weirdness. Weirdness is fun. Right. So we are now going to skip across to a session. So if you could all pin Lyndall's camera. Can I actually pin that for everybody? I thought I used to be able to, but I don't think I can anymore.
I have pinned.
That's just for you.
Oh, okay.
Obviously, my Zoom skills have failed me. Yeah. Okay. So right here we have Izzy, Elise, Sebastian, and Faith, who have all been FLL people for quite a while. Faith is now way too old, but she's here to help anyway. So Lynelle, I'll share the spreadsheet while we're going, shall we?
Yes, please.
Okay. So one of the biggest problems we get every year is, how do I pick my project? Now, this is a similar process that I've shown previously, but it is slightly different this year. We've made a few tweaks to it. So I'm going to run how we do it. So I'm going to share a blank spreadsheet. Right. So to find an area that I want that my kids would be interested in, I'm going to start asking some questions. So, kids, tell me about something you love doing.
What do you like doing, guys?
Let's start with Sebastian.
Like drawing. Drawing and art?
I love riding my bike.
Exercise. Bike. Yep.
What do you like, Izzy? Reading and history.
Reading. History. Okay. Now, that's given me 4 things. So if I'm going to look at archaeology, okay, we have preservation of art. What else have we got that you can think of?
Maybe do archaeologists use art to document anything?
Yeah.
Yeah, cave art.
Cave art.
Not the cave art.
Yes.
It's like
So that would be so I know the natural history illustration. That's what it's called, isn't it, Faith?
Oh, there's an archaeological illustration.
Yeah. So a dying art, possibly, but it's definitely something to look at. What else?
What about how do they know what the art means?
Meaning. There you go.
Yep.
Okay. Sorry, go Sebastian. Sorry, did you have something?
Something about how we can protect art for the future.
Okay, so that comes down under preservation. So we've got ancient art, modern art. Okay, give me exercise.
Or bike riding.
Yeah. How they went around the place, how they went from point A to point B.
Transport.
Transport, yeah.
Yep. Anything else?
Maybe. Oh yeah, you go.
How they stayed fit, fit maybe. I don't know.
Yep. I'd actually be interested. Evolution of bike design.
That's what I was about to say.
Anyone here ever read A Penny Farthing? Written a penny farthing?
Oh yeah,
Okay.
of course.
Reading. What do we got, guys?
Reading. What do we got for reading?
Ancient transcripts.
Yeah, ancient transcripts. There we go. That's the word.
Yep.
Translation.
There we go.
Poems, maybe.
Translations.
Yeah.
And you also have lost languages.
Yeah.
So we don't have a Rosetta Stone for everything. What was else?
Poems or
Poetry.
poetry, yeah.
That'd be a separate one, possibly.
Yeah. I think the Elise also added onto that, like old entertainment, plays, books they read.
Plays. Yep. Oops. I will say I've had a couple of teams now that we introduced to the concept of the old Greek comedies, fart jokes and everything aside. If you're going to do that, please check the plays first, because some of them are distinctly not child friendly.
Yeah.
But again, you get lost symbolism is something that happens quite a lot. What it meant to them is not what it means to us. Yep. Okay. What about history in general? What do we got?
Or maybe how do we preserve our history for the future?
Yeah.
We uncover more history.
Yep. So that's the first one, storage of information, right? Permanent storage, stuff that you can't lose. Even if you chisel stuff into a rock somewhere, the Egyptians proved that you can still lose that and not be able to read it. Yeah, what was the other one you had, Sebastian?
The ability to find more information and artifacts.
So this is not going very deep, but you can see how that works. Okay, we're now going to go into the environment. What is unique about where you guys live or the community you're in that would be worthwhile to pursue? What's unique about where you are?
Like we have a gigantic hill.
Yeah, we have mountain and bushland.
Yeah.
Mountain. Whoops. Call that terrain.
Yeah.
Terrain.
So we have rainforest and mountain. Yep. Oops.
Elise said those mines. Yeah, we've got some old mine. We got mining sites in Wollongong.
Yep.
There's lots of beaches.
The coast. Okay, so what's the feature of the coast?
Beaches, water, lake.
We have the harbour.
I mean, near the harbour, there's like a bunch of areas, different trends. There's sand, and there's pebbles, and then there's the rock.
Now, in Wollongong, in our harbour, we have a lighthouse, which has some history behind it. We also have the steelworks, and we have something called Battery Park, which is like an old, not army outpost, but something like that. But that's a heritage site that does have a lot of historical context behind it.
It's got the old cannons and stuff in there, yeah.
Yes.
And then then industry. Yep. Okay. Now the last one. I'll come back to that. So home. What jobs are done in your house by people in your house or people remotely related to your house?
My uncle is an archaeologist.
You got an uncle that's an archaeologist?
Yep.
Okay, so if I heard that as a coach, my first call would be, give me contact details. What else we got?
My dad's a manager at Steelworks.
Okay. So that gives the link into industry. Yep.
Your dad does therapy, doesn't he?
Works with disabilities.
Yeah.
Therapy, which is also actually, let's call that medical. Yep. Yep.
I have a cousin who works in plumbing. So
now
My brother's a carpenter.
Carpenter. Yeah. Okay. So we'll stop there on that one. Now, out of all of that, you should be able to see, coaches, there's a bunch of ideas just from that. Was that even did that even take us 5 minutes?
No,
Really?
35.
Okay. So I'm going to pick one that nobody's mentioned this far this season. Plumbing. What is the archaeology? Okay. Indus Valley civilizations, they had plumbing. Romans had plumbing. Medieval Europe did not in places.
Where did plumbing start?
Manages.
How did plumbing evolve?
Yeah.
Why is plumbing?
Handling of sewage, disease. Now it's appropriately gross to make kids interested, and there's some real history behind it. So do you get the idea? You get the idea, guys, how this would work?
Smile.
So what we'd do now is I'd say, okay, guys, there's 4 of you. Everyone gets 3 votes. Pick a topic that you like. and put your hand up if you want to vote on it. So let's say, just because that made me interested, I'm going to end up highlighting 3 things that get the most votes from my kids. And I'm going to say, right, your job this week is to go out and find information about those things. Or spend some time right now finding me some contacts. So the kids will now go out, find a website for history of plumbing or something. They might find somebody that works or specializes in such things, and then we can bounce an email to them from the team account and hopefully get a response. I will say we normally have a very low success rate on sending out emails. This year has been very different. I think you guys have put out like 6 different emails to contact specialists. Every single one of them has responded, and in under 48 hours. So
and note on that, Andrew, as well, a lot of them come from the US or other countries and are willing to stay up very late to talk to the kids.
Yeah. So from that, I gather that the archaeologists are very tickled about kids being suddenly so interested in everything they're doing. So, yeah. Okay. So has anyone got any questions on that process? I can't see the chat at the moment. Lyndall, have we got anything?
Yes, so another approach I saw at the APOC was to identify the biggest topics, problems facing the project question.
Yes.
But that approach may not find connection with younger kids.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, definitely. If you have kids that have their own way of doing things and want, yeah, definitely go for it. This is what we've got here is a great way to generate your own sparks. Yeah. Yeah, it has been noted, the old military fortifications. You go to a historical society and say, please tell us about this site you're looking after. Be prepared for a 3-hour conversation or tour. People just love being able to show you around. So if you have an old museum, if you have a museum in your town, particularly a local history museum that focuses just on the history of your city, you can get a ton of information and interest. If you have, like in Albion Park, just down the road from us, there is a place called HARS, the Historical Aircraft Restoration Society, I think. They do flybys with old planes, and they would just love they got the old engineers that would just love to spend time dumping information. Cool. Okay, so I will stop that there unless anyone has any other questions.
And if you do go to a museum, if you can arrange it for a weekday when there's not so many people there, you'll get a lot more willing people to talk to you.
A lot, yes. So yeah, we go through those questions. Yeah, so when we get to that, let me just pull the next slide up. So once you've got that list of possible interests, you then ask the kids, who do you like me to contact, which websites, which videos, books, documentaries, and you may not be able to do so much this time around, but never forget the value of doing your own experiments. What experiments can you run yourselves? That's always a very good thing. Right, so now we come to the presentation part. Now, we're going to talk a bit about these guys, but before we do that, it's like, when you do a presentation, what do you want to achieve? How will you be memorable? And how are you going to share your research? So I'm going to stop this again, and if you guys put up. So, Izzy, if you were going to describe Project Bucephalus's approach to presentations, how would you describe it?
They're unique, trying to be funny, entertaining. They're more skits than a presentation. Still, we're not serious at all. Yeah, not especially serious, but like.
Yeah. So yeah. So how would you describe like a If you were going to advise these coaches on how to guide their teams to a good presentation, what advice would you give them?
Make sure the kids are engaged in what they're saying and actually understand what they're saying, because it's very, very obvious when you're reading something and you don't know what you're talking about, you're not interested and you just don't want to be there. If you get that interest, most of the time everything will flow pretty nicely.
It's helpful to move around sometimes, even if it's just small movements like switching spots if you're in a circle and stuff, or stepping forward. Because if you're just standing in a line, it's really easy to get distracted to the sides a bit. So just focus the attention on the person speaking.
Don't be afraid to be out there, be silly, do something. We've had presentations where we've had kids doing cartwheels. Right? It doesn't have to be a serious stand in a line, read off your clipboard. You can have fun with it, but if standing in a line, reading off clipboard is what works for you, go with it.
So, Elise, what's been your favorite presentation?
Oh gosh. I really liked our presentation back in, was it Replay? We did our theme was Lazy Town. And I really liked that one because I had a mustache. And it stayed on for ages because it was eyeliner, I believed. It was terrible. But looking back at it, it's very amusing. And the presentation was very fun and engaging. It was very interesting.
So something these guys tend to do is they'll get a TV show or a comic or a book series and they'll use that to theme their presentation. So I think a couple of years ago they did a Phineas and Ferb themed one. They did a Lilo and Stitch one a while back.
We did a race one.
Yeah, we did race cars.
Last season's just superheroes.
Yeah, we've done superheroes lots of times.
Yeah. So that is something Ben's just made the next point I was going to get to. Being memorable, your presentation starts with being memorable, but you also have to make sure your message is accurately and clearly transmitted. You do not want to get there used to be something we saw a lot with the Brazilian teams. They were loud, they were cheerful, they were happy, they were clearly enthusiastic, but it was really hard to understand what they were talking about in terms of what their solution was. So you need to find that balance, and the rubrics are a very good guideline. So if we're going to write a presentation, there we go.
Andrew, you're frozen.
I'm back.
Wait, he's back.
Yeah. So if we're going to write a presentation, we will start with something big and flashy to get the judge's attention. We will describe the problem. We will describe something about what's like the situation. We will describe our solution, and then we'll talk about how we got there. And all that time, it'll be mixed in with the project, mixed in with the skit. Ben, you've been to enough of these that I think we're both operating on the same wavelength at this point.
Yeah. Now, as a note, being memorable does not mean you have to have a theme or you have to do something crazy to start with. I think back in the World Class season ages ago at the World Festival, they did a project share, and one of the ones that was really, really memorable was an all-girls team, and they did talking heads, like speaking off a script, but what made them memorable is for some of the more impactful lines, they had their whole team speak those lines in unison, right? So it doesn't have to be something major, it doesn't have to be something flashy, but just something small that breaks up, oh, I'm talking, now you're talking, now you're talking, now you're talking.
So yeah, I've shown that particular one a few times at previous ones. So I won't show the whole thing. I think I've got a list. Here we go. Yep. So the team was caught in a brainstorm. I'll just put the link up on the chat. They use what we call a Greek chorus approach. They were standing and speaking lines in unison. It was about women, girls' confidence it's a really powerful way of doing it, and they did not have to have a lot in the way of skits. So that was back when they did encore performances at World Festival. So they asked certain teams to get up and do the presentation in front of other people. So we were one of those. So if you have a look, you may find our magic show in that list somewhere. Right. So we have got a couple. Yeah. So is there anything else you think the coaches should know, guys, in terms of the actual presentation?
Judging or like writing the presentation?
Now, this is just the presentation.
Just the presentation. Again, goes back to be confident in what you're doing and also make sure the kids have input into writing it, because it's very obvious. Like, for example, I'm mentoring an all-girls team of younger girls, I think ranging like 9 to just 12 this year. And I had to help them figure out how to put words in their project, or because let me restart that. They were looking at a big topic that used big words and they couldn't use those big words. And if I tried to make them use those big words, it would be very clear they didn't know what they were talking about. But by using simpler language and words that they told me to put in their script, it was very clear that they knew what they're talking about, they were engaged in it, and they helped write it. Compared to a 9-year-old using a massive, massive word and then having no clue what it means when they ask questions about it.
Another thing about something about the language is that make sure the children can actually speak the words clearly so that the judges can get the message.
Mm-hmm.
So one thing Izzy just mentioned as well, practice your presentation. Do it lots so that you're confident in what they're saying and that you know it's in the time limit. If you're at a regional level, it's okay if you go a couple of seconds, maybe even a minute over. But once you get to nationals and internationals, if you go over that 5-minute mark, you will be cut off and asked to stop.
So answering the questions that have come in. Sebastian, Elise, and Izzy, how have you been guided to address, like, to make sure you meet the rubric criteria when you do these presentations? How do you make sure it's done?
We reference back to it a lot. So we'll be writing the presentation and we will also have the rubric open so we can see what we include, and we'll get a first draft of the presentation and try to include as much information as possible. And then obviously look back at it again and change some things around if we can to make better.
So the question was, how does a coach guide you through that? What's the best way? No, I asked you that. What happens now if you're a team that? No, what's the best way for a coach to guide you through that process, you think?
What do we do? We ask some questions. Yeah, having the coach sit there and as you're reading through the script, just having them ask, do you think this meets this specific criteria? Do you think that this box is being ticked? And do you think that anything in this rubric needs to be actually, like, you need to add into your script type of questions?
Mm-hmm. There's also making sure you guys understand what each of those boxes are.
Yeah. Now, again, I was going to get to this, but Ben's jumped in also. You're like a well trained actor here, Ben. Yeah. What we used to do, Izzy resembles this. If you find a small person that understands all these big words, there we go. We use tiny little Izzy as our information dump person. So she would jump up behind whatever scenery we had and start dumping all this information on the judges. She was tiny, she was cute, she was very confident in what she said, and they just looked at her like, what the heck just hit us? And then Izzy was very well able to describe all these concepts. So anytime you can challenge the judges' expectations, that is a huge thing. So if the smallest kid on your team is the one that's most across all the scientific concepts, go for it. Let them loose.
Yeah.
That's sort of been Izzy's role for a very long time now. Although your little sister is sort of taking that up now, isn't she?
She is, yeah.
So that also fits into one of the things before we move on. Every kid has their own type of speciality. So we had the info dump person, we had the comedic person, we had the straight man, which was Elise a lot of the time, so it wasn't really, yeah, the serious one. So the kids found they were good at certain things, certain ways of expressing themselves. So we wrote the scripts to fit where they felt comfortable.
Another thing to add on that, if you have kids who aren't comfortable speaking or putting themselves out there in front of the audience, make sure they're still involved. This could be things from holding up a sign with information, pressing a slideshow, carrying props in and out, right? There's ways to make them involved even if they feel like they can't speak.
Yeah. Even if it means they're the second rock from the right. Yeah. 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 So I will answer your question, Kylie, but first off, is there anything else you think these guys should know, that the coaches or teams should know about presentations? Sebastian, Elise, Izzy, got anything?
Don't leave it to the last minute. Yeah, definitely.
And if they aren't going for 5 minutes for their presentation, what are they missing?
Yes.
If they can tell you everything in 2 minutes, what have they missed?
Or are they speaking too fast? Is another one.
Yeah. If
Sure
you
to
are
ask-
if you are an Australian team and you do ever get the opportunity to go international, be aware the faster we speak, the less likely the Americans are to understand you.
and make sure to have fun.
Yes.
Yeah. I will say before I answer Kylie's question, my personal recommendation is you have a lot of benefit if you are memorable, right? They are going to see, the judges are going to see a lot of teams. And if they remember you as the team that did cartwheels or had the mustachioed villain dancing around to the Lazy Tune theme, that works. Now, there are a couple of ways to do that. I think some of you may have seen a clip from one of our years. We got a superhero entrance, someone crashing through a fence. One of the girl teams we coached was doing amputees safety in roller coasters because the frame over your shoulders doesn't fit if you're missing an arm. So they started their session by sitting on chairs in a grid facing the judges, and all at once they threw their arms up and screamed like they were going down a roller coaster. I'm pretty sure the judges levitated. And it's still, again, some of you have heard this story. This is my personal favorite judging story of all time. It was back for the space theme. What was it? Into Orbit?
Yeah.
So we had another group. It was an all-girl team. It's always the girls that do this. That the project that year was solve solve a problem that would be encountered by humans living in space, right? Or another planet, but basically, yeah, something along those lines. So the girls, in their infinite wisdom, decided to do childbirth in zero gravity. Yeah. So, and they took it very, very seriously. They had midwives, nurses, doctors all coming in. And it was a great project. They'd really thought it out. They'd covered it all. And one of their judges, I think, was a 20-year-old male.
Two. They had two uni student judges.
And a female and a female in there with them. And I think the girls scarred those young men for life. They went bright red, could not handle it at all, and the female judge had to pick up most of the topic. The judges involved still giggle about it to this day. But it was a really memorable, well done project. So sometimes even the weirdest ideas can come good. Yeah. And yeah, what's the other ones? Yeah. Recovering from disasters shows good. Having backups definitely worth doing.
It's all right to take a script in.
Oh yes. Yes. Do not force people to memorize if they cannot memorize.
Yeah. Now we just get a question from Kylie. Can the project be an idea or does it need to be a prototype? I'll turn that one over to you guys.
So
the rubric says it can be a detailed drawing or a prototype.
Yeah. So that doesn't mean it has to be a physical thing. For example, if you were doing an education or awareness campaign, your prototype may be a website, a pamphlet, a course curriculum, right? It doesn't actually have to be a physical thing like a robot to do archaeology or an attachment for a tool or something. As long as you have a plan for what it is and some sort of outline of this is what the product is, it checks those boxes.
So if you had someone suggesting an idea instead of a physical object, Izzy, Lise and Sebastian, what would you recommend they do to make sure it's taken seriously? How would you make it a solid solution? What steps?
Yeah.
Can you ask the question again? Sorry.
So let's say we'll fall back on Faith's example. You're going to do an education campaign, right? How would you make that? What would you have to do research-wise and development-wise to mean that was a serious project? What element? What would you have to research?
Well, for research, I think you'd really want to speak with the professionals, maybe even put out a survey if you possibly could to get that information from the wider community for whatever it is.
Would you look into how people receive information?
Yeah.
If we think about one of the other all-girls teams projects last year, who did they talk to? Because they did the ad for sunscreen.
Yes.
Who did they talk to get stuff done?
They talked to who did they talk to? They talked to the graphic designers. They spoke to people that produce ads, a whole bunch of people like that. So it depends on what exactly the idea is as to what professionals you'd speak to.
So if you got a uni nearby, speaking to the School of Psychology or Marketing is always a good idea.
I think going back to that team, their project was, so this was for last year, most sunscreens have a chemical in them that damage the coral reef. So they did an awareness campaign. So their product or solution was an ad. Now they didn't have that filmed by the regional, but what they did have was storyboards and a script planned, and they'd spoken to, like Elise said, graphic designers, video editors, right? They'd spoken to those people to go, is this going to be effective? Is this on the right track?
Okay, so has any coaches out there got any questions they want to ask at this point? You can speak or type. No? Okay.
Nope, I think we're all good.
Alrighty. So the other type of question we often get is, how do you prepare for the judging session? So how do you prepare for answering questions?
A lot of practice. So usually our coaches drill us. So we'll do a run through of the presentation to practice that as well. And then we'll do a run through of all the questions straight after, like you would in a judging session. And we'll have our coaches act as the judges. Sometimes we use parents as well and give them the list of questions that judges ask. And so we can get familiar with other people asking them as well. And we just practice them over and over so we can have the answers. It's not scripted, but it is drilled into your mind. So if you do get what's it called? If Deer in headlight, and you'll have the answer in your head.
Yeah, also doing that also just means everyone's more across the information doing the practice.
Loves the confidence to answer the questions.
Now,
so one of the most valuable things you can do as a coach to prepare your kids for the judging is to get them used to the idea of helping each other.
What number?
Yeah, so if, for example, Izzy has a deer in headlights moment,
Tucky.
Elise should be familiar.
Tucky Street is not a street you want to live on.
Oh, hang on, who's talking there?
No. Somebody's unmuted.
Yeah, so if we have particularly one of our younger kids, we also have a lot of kids with disabilities on our team. So depending on the disability, it can be really hard for them to process questions or answers. So one of the team members might be, okay, hey guys, this is what they just asked. Why don't you tell them about this? Like, get your kids used to reaching out and helping each other.
you will not lose points if you need to ask for the question again, or if one of the older kids on the team or more confident kids on the team goes, hey, you remember you did this, do you want to tell them more about it? Or in some cases where we've had some really shy kids, they've just whispered the answer into someone else's ear and then they've said it for them. That will not lose you points. That can actually gain you points.
But I think doing that, thinking about it could gain you points. Don't stage it at all. That is a terrible idea. Don't stage going over to help someone answer a question, because it just looks fake, and that's not good.
Cool.
Okay, there's a question, Andrew.
Oh, the opening. Yeah, I saw that. I'll show you a clip of that. So Izzy and Elise and Sebastian, or Faith even, can you name interesting opening, your favorite interesting opening?
It's me.
To the project?
Yeah.
Like script-wise, or
Yeah,
projects?
for the innovation, like
Yeah, okay. Last season, for our presentation, we did the whole surfboarding superheroes, right? We all started off to the side. Someone jumped in and like the stereotypical surfer dude voice, yelled, surfer dudes assemble. And then a bunch of other people jumped in towards like where they were standing. It was very loud and energetic. But there was lots of spinning too. So fun.
So that project was about a surfboard for quadriplegics.
Yes.
So
there was a relation. So pick another one.
One of my favorites does have to be the year, I think it was Animal Allies. Our project was about dung beetles, and it was superhero themed again. And we had dung beetle men. So the opening was we had someone at a barbecue going, oh, look at all these lousy flies. And then out of nowhere, we had like a big fence prop. One of our team members just burst through that fence, full like dung beetle costume, and just went, I am dung beetle man. And it was great. It took us so much practice to get through that without laughing.
Yeah. So yeah, all that stuff is good. So if we get time, I might show you a clip of that. But yeah. Awesome. Okay, so as I understand it then.
Are we looking at the rubric?
I think looking at the time, we'll go looking through the rubrics together at the end if we get through everything else.
Yep.
Yep. Yeah, so a couple of little things to deal with. Yeah, so Mel already mentioned stuff. Here's a couple of extra things just to go through to bear in mind. So if you're going to present, yeah, the kids mentioned this, practice, and then practice some more. And against the clock, include the pack up and set up. So we'll say, everyone assemble, doors open, and we measure the whole thing in the half hour. The kids get used to setting things up and moving things through. It's really easy to get flustered if you're not used to doing that.
Especially the tech, getting that tech set up. Now, it is coaches are allowed to help get the, if they are using a data projector and they've walked in, they are allowed to help set up the data projector. That is allowed, but as soon as it's set up, you need to step away from the kids.
One thing to remember as well is setup time. The higher you go in competition, setup time can count in your presentation time. Different events have different rules. Sometimes they're a bit more lenient, but you want to be set up as fast as you can.
So we practice which order the kids are going to walk into the room, who's carrying what, who has the biggest setup to do with setting up for bringing in the robot and the project props or anything else, how they're going to walk in, who's carrying what, where they're going to put it. And we will change the room around, change where the judges are so they're not used to being in one particular area all the time, because you never know what the room's going to be like.
So also it's usually it's been so we usually have someone come up and do the team introductions while the setup is going on behind them. Here's our booklet, this is who we are, we'll be ready to start in a moment. So you're not wasting time.
According to the judging outline, there is about 2 to 3 minutes of introduction sort of time. So they don't start the project presentation as soon as the door opens. They do need to come into the room first.
How much transition time do they have between each of the judging subjects?
Pretty much nothing.
Yeah, pretty much nothing. So just the transitions between your project to your robot to your core values, especially if you've got a lot of equipment to show up for your robot stuff. Yeah.
If you're using props or costumes, the kids will either have to keep them on or get rid of them quickly. Ben's just comment, I've seen teams do that too. They begin as soon as they walk in the door. That's probably not a great idea because the judges need to be aware of what's coming at them. So but
they also need to know that they've got the right team they're judging.
The last thing you want to do is start a presentation for the wrong set of judges.
Yeah, don't just barge in going, hi, we're Project Bucephalus. Here's our logbook. Okay, we start now. Walk in and be like, hi, this is who we are. Are you good for us to start? And if they give the okay, you can start. Don't say, are you good for us to start? Can we start setting up? If they say yes, then do your setup and introduction. Don't just walk in the door and start talking before the rest of your team's in.
Yeah. Cool. Okay, so the next one we've got is rehearse the movements. Izzy mentioned that we use movements because we've got a lot of kids who standing still is not an option. Choreograph where they're supposed to be. It doesn't have to be precise, but I imagine there are several teams on this call right now that have similar problems. Standing still is not an option.
Also, again, practicing going from your presentation to how you stand for questions to then how you go to your robot design judging session. Just practice those transitions.
Yeah. Now, we did touch on the script thing before. Having someone read confidently off a script is way better than someone being really hesitant about memorizing. So don't feel bad. Don't let the kids feel bad about carrying a script in. Right? It's perfectly acceptable. And the more you practice, the faster you will get. Have someone that isn't familiar with the words periodically listen in to make sure your kids aren't just speaking so fast that nobody can understand them anymore.
It's also good to present to someone who doesn't know what the project is about for the first time, so they can see if they understand what the kids are saying as well.
Yeah, and of course, someone is always going to miss their cue, so practice covering for each other. Yeah,
we've had slideshow crash mid presentation, mid judging.
We've had fire alarms go off in the middle of a presentation.
Twice in the same judging session.
And then the judges asked them to come back and take up where they left off.
That was hard.
Yes.
That was a nationals competition.
Wow.
Yeah, that was fun.
That was when they had nationals in February.
That's wild.
Yeah. So Kelly, I will answer that one. Right. So this is a couple of things. We have our unofficial rules for FLL up on the website. If you want to take a look, there's some unique ways of looking at it. But there's a couple that we want to toss out to you guys now to keep in mind when you're doing this. The reason we've got so much focus on the project is that it is the part that most teams will get wrong. It's where most of them will be let down. And we want you to do well. So the full list is on the website, but yeah, the rubric. For the love of all that's good and wholesome, read the rubric. Make sure the kids are aware of it. If they don't understand a word, ask you. Right? Yeah. So the judges, as I think someone said earlier in the conversation, someone should be able to be ticking down the things as they go. Research. You can never do too much. Right? Pile it on. Documentaries, articles, books, hands-on experiments. Don't get it all from one place. Don't just rely on Google.
And big thing as well with that, AI overviews popping up on Google a lot this time of year. Get kids to fact check, not just look at AI overview.
That's a
Because
very good
sometimes
point.
it is wrong.
Very good point. Yeah, we did the community thing in the questions. Everybody has something they can milk. For the scout teams, we will often get them to focus, forget your community stuff, focus on the scouting perspective, right? Avoiding, find projects that are unique or that you've got a special affinity for. If your parent is an archaeologist, if your dad works at the steelworks, find this stuff and use it as a springboard, even if it's just something you love doing. And look, since someone mentioned that starting thing, right? We had, if somebody loves Lilo and Stitch, we used it in the presentation, even though it had nothing technically to do with the kids' solution. It just made it fun. Integrate it with what you do. Okay, this one is, I guess, is a suggestion, right? So don't take this as a do it, take it as a think about it. Our first year we competed, we got to go to Delft and compete at the Open European event, where we found at least half a dozen teams that had exactly the same project and basically general solution that we did. It was somewhat demoralizing. So we since then have suggested teams find a niche rather than be broad and don't do the obvious stuff. I mean, if someone's really passionate, that's okay. But if you find a niche, a narrow field, you can actually get some really interesting information and then you can apply it more broadly. So the example I use a lot is again from Animal Allies. One of the teams was looking at roadkill. How do we prevent roadkill? And then they went and looked at a team in Tasmania, a research team, where they found out something very specific. Tasmanian devils who had been rescued and rehabilitated were vastly, vastly more likely to be victims of roadkill than anything else. So the problem wasn't how do we prevent roadkill? The problem they looked at was how do we target the problem of the Tasmanian devils being no longer afraid of vehicles and therefore more likely to be run over when they're released. And that project let them dig so much deeper into what they were looking at than just how do we prevent roadkill. So
now with this as well, archaeology has some incredibly niche areas. There are so many fields, so many type of archaeologists, so many archaeologists that study something incredibly super duper specific. Have some fun finding the weird things.
There was this one. There's a what's it called? One side of archaeology where you can study shoes.
Yeah.
I forgot the name of it, but it was.
Yeah, there's like an entire branch of archaeology dedicated to studying ancient shoes. There's a branch of archaeology for pretty much everything.
Yeah. So the next one, yeah, join the circus. There's our Perry the Platypus presentation. Do something funny. Be lively, if you're able to. Obviously, if your kids would prefer the talking heads, then go for it. But have some fun. Be outrageous. These are FLL kids. And yeah, the last one is the good project, right? You really have to understand what this is about. Like Mel said, it's about the process. It's about the journey. It's about discovery. If your team members are taking this on and enthusiastically diving into it and getting excited about it, then you've done exactly what the competition is asking for, and you've done a huge, huge favor to these kids. Alrighty. Now I can see some questions jumping up here. Right. Yep. So the internet, the PowerPoint slides versus the poster boards. That is an ongoing conversation that will start a flame war if you allow it. So the way to think about it is this: if your area says no electronics, then the decision is made for you. If you work off PowerPoint slides, you can tinker up to the last minute, which is something that my kids prefer.
But it can also be a blessing and a curse.
Yeah, but a blessing and a curse. But you're also the victim of technology failure. If you do the poster boards, you've got to have stuff ready in advance, and you can't change things. Again, blessing and curse. So what we tend to do, we didn't have a lot of fun with the poster boards, so we go with slideshows. But if the kids are trained, if the AV system isn't working, they will put the laptop on the table in front of the judges so they can see the slideshow on the laptop up close. We will usually have a second laptop in the room, so if the first one fails, they can grab that. So the kids are responsible. They know there's a second laptop. They know what to do if something goes wrong. We purposefully drill them in doing that. And a lot of the projects we do, we'll use the slideshow as an enhancement, not as something that is super critical. Now, other coaches will despise the idea of using slides and insist on poster boards. They're not wrong, right? You pick what works best for your kids. Both have pros, both have cons. I will say the low-tech option definitely has some advantages.
If you are using slides, make sure that you do not have to rely on an internet connection to get to your slides. Make sure that they are a local copy.
And check with your event organizers that there is capability for slides in the rooms, because sometimes there is not.
Yep. Lyndall, whereabouts is the presentation for Submerged? Oh no,
in the FLL.
Yep. Okay, so I just wanted to show you guys one more thing. So first off,
but there was another question, Andrew.
Yeah, so if you're a Department of Education team, make sure you can get onto your laptops outside of the school environment. We've had a few chaos issues with that. So what was the question?
How do you steer kids away from a technological solution that is beyond their ability to effectively prototype and test, or do you? And context 9-year-old asked me if she could pitch autonomous GPR to the team as a project idea.
Is that ground penetrating radar? Have I got the right?
I would assume so.
So there's two ways we've handled this. One is if they do the research and understand what they're talking about, even if they can't produce it, it's fine. They don't have to have a finished, perfect working model. They just have to have the ideas that go together. I think there was a saying we used that you can have a rocket-powered wheelchair as long as you understand, not thermodynamics, the aerodynamics, rocket science. other one is last year, again, back to the young girls team. They were really keen at trying to stop climate change affecting coral reef as their project. So obviously, that is not something a group of 9-10-year-old girls are going to be able to do in the very short time frame. So we sat down with them and had the honest conversation of, it's really good you want to do this, but this is beyond your capability to do in what, a 2-month time period?
Yeah.
And they took that and went, okay, how can we narrow this down into something we can do?
We even had them looking into what current solutions there are for that, because then we could show them that these other professional science people that have been doing this for years haven't been able to stop the problem. So if we can't think of something new that will actually work, then we weren't sure if it was the best way to go about it.
Yeah. And I think within a week they found an area that was still related to the damage of coral, but was something that they could more feasibly do.
Yeah.
So what Elise just suggested, as a coach, what I would do is get them in touch with these people and say, hey guys, what's the biggest problem you face? And get them to narrow down onto that particular subset of that problem. So this is the other thing we do. Now, someone mentioned about the how to make sure the judge, you don't get lost in the energy. So I've just put up on the screen right now the final slide that we put up at the end of the presentation. Now this stays up while the Q&A is going on. So we may change its format a little bit, but we will put up a clear, this is the problem, this is the solution, where we got the info from, and a list of people we shared with. Now, you may or may not want as much of that material, but having a slide like that up behind you or a poster board, that type of summary for the judges to look at, we've found greatly eliminates what we call questions that have already been answered, and does help solidify, gives the kids something to point to. How have you used this slide before, guys?
You refer back to some
Yeah. We've used it to talk about professionals. So when they ask about, who we've spoken to, we point at the board behind us, beside us, wherever it is, and say, this is our mass list of professionals, this is what they do, and this is what they've said to us.
Mm-hmm.
It was also really helpful for the younger kids
to be able to remember.
Especially if some of the professionals have hard to pronounce names, they can just point and say, we spoke to that person and they told us this.
Okay, so we got the question, what does benefit mean in that context? It means that the project solution directly benefited them.
So that's one way of showing impact.
Yeah.
Yeah. So Ian Picton, I was the president of the Disabled Surfers Association. The quadriplegic surfboard definitely benefited him. Felicity Mitchell was a seamstress. She was a professional that helped us, but it was not a project that benefited her personally. Does that make sense, Kelly? Yep.
The other thing,
thank you.
The other thing we do too, because we have our slides, we also have a printout of the slides. So if all technology goes awry, we can refer back to the pages if we need to.
I think you guys put that in the back of your logbook, don't you?
I believe so.
Yeah. Alrighty. Okay, so I think that brings us to the end of what we were planning to do for project. We've tried to make that an even mix of advice, new information, and otherwise, and not linger too much. So does anyone have any questions on how to approach the project at this point? So the kids are there available if you would like to speak to them, or you can put questions up here. No, I think we're all good, are we? Pop in with a voice. If you're typing something complicated, pop in with a voice first. So we don't overrule you. Okay.
Just one, sorry, Andrew, to butt in, just one for the student team. I've still got some kids that are sitting on the fence and not sure whether or not they want to put in a third team or not for our comp. What would be your greatest takeaway as a student team being able to compete in FLL?
Okay, they'll need you to repeat that. Sorry, I can hear them saying, "Oh, I missed that."
Sorry. What would be your greatest takeaway, or what would be your statement you would use to convince other students to participate in FLL?
These people right here are my best friends. Being a part of an FLL team has actually connected me with so many great people. I've known her for over 5-6 years now, and she's become one of my best friends. I've known him for about 3 years. He's pretty cool too, and I'm but he is a really great person, and it's so interesting to meet all the different people.
Yeah. And it benefits in so many other aspects of your life. Like for me personally, it helps a lot with my confidence and my knowledge in certain aspects of things that we've researched into in the past for our projects, which can be really useful in really obscure conversations. Yeah.
Izzy, am I allowed to tell them how you introduced yourself when you met me the first time?
Yeah.
Okay, so I first met Izzy doing FLL when she was 8. She was very tiny, very blonde, and she looked up, hanging on to, I think it was her dad, saying, "I'm Izzy and I'm very shy," and then hid. Yeah, that happened. And look what happens.
This is not a very shy person, if you ask me. I think she's great. She's amazing, and she's extremely confident.
Yeah.
I had this person named that as well.
I'm just gonna say he's cool.
You guys have a lot of fun.
Yeah, it's one of the most fun things I've ever done. Just being so honest.
Thank you for sharing. That's awesome. I'm definitely going to take that back to my kids.
Cool. So Amanda just asked, how much time each week? Okay. So the answer to that is it depends. So we would say our rule of thumb is you need to spend 3 hours a week is the minimum you need to be competitive. 2 hours on the robot, 1 hour on project, and that project work can either be some homework time and a short extra meeting, or some of our teams will meet for an hour in the library, in addition to doing their robot work. Some teams will do less. We do a lot more. We're a homeschool team, so we'll meet from 9:30 till 2 every Thursday, and we'll put in extra days if the kids are scrambling to get ready for an event. But that 3 hours is our magic number, which is the minimum to be competitive. Now, if you don't care about being competitive, you just want to go have fun and learn, then yeah, we've seen do it in an hour and a half a week without too much trouble. And sometimes that they run on sheer enthusiasm, and that's enough. But yeah, as long as you understand clearly what your goals are and what the goals of your kids are, yeah, it can adjust. Ben, how long do you guys spend each week? Oh, you just put that up. Sorry, I wasn't watching the chat.
Yeah, Andrew. So what we used to do was we would meet on Sunday afternoons for about 3 hours up until the October holidays, and then we'd start adding Thursday afternoons after school. But this year our team has voted to start meeting Thursdays this week for the rest of the season, as well as Sunday afternoons. And that's meeting in my garage. We're not in a school. We're a community team.
Yeah. Cool.
I'll jump in on that one too. We do 2 hours in the lab starting off in the season, community team, and we try and do project work as Zoom sessions because we find the students will focus better. Some of them may be doing some innovation project work in the lab. We'll do the initial talks in the lab. But then, yeah, so we try to focus the time in the lab onto the robot game with the innovation work done as an extra. Then as we get closer to competition, we'll try and add in another night or two, but we find students can be very committed elsewhere. And so finding an extra time, you may only get 2 or 3 of the team are available.
Alrighty.
I'd say our team is pretty similar. We do Sunday evenings, and then it rounds out to about 4 hours a week. But in actuality, some of our kids spend more time or less time depending on their interest. And a lot of background project work is done at home, but anything that involves putting ideas together and things like that, we do all together as a group.
If you're a school team and you can get support of the teachers, principal, some school teams actually get permission to take time off during the day to meet. Yeah, so every team will have their own way of doing things. But yeah, if you stick to if you're trying to describe to parents, my rule of thumb has always been 3 hours a week is the minimum to be competitive. The more you spend, typically the better you'll do. If you don't care about being competitive, then do what's there and let the kids have fun exploring STEM. Your issue will come up is if half your kids are more serious about it than the others. That way lies drama. So you want to try and manage that. Okay. So is there anything else up there, Linda?
Nope, I think we're good. We need to move on to robot or we're going to run out of time.
Yep, that's it. We got the last hour for robot, and we can do questions via email if we need to. For those of you so normally Australia has an FLL kickoff the last few years where all the stuff that Mel and Fred talked about would have already been covered. But because that didn't happen this year, we volunteered to let them come on. Like we asked them if they wanted to join us for this. And it was probably the best way to do it. So we sort of had to cut down a bit of stuff. So hopefully we've managed to balance things all right. Hopefully. Okay. Right, we are now talking robot games. So I have a mix here of me talking and the kids demoing. So bear in mind right now that this is really going to be about our experience and what we've seen in teams we've mentored. Your mileage may differ. It's up to you. Again, steal from the best, invent the rest. Pick the parts that work, discard the ones that don't. Now, I'm sure a few of you have seen this slide before. This is how we do robot development. Right? So there are a couple of ways to approach this. So every one of those outer circles is a different role in the development of the robot. Kids can be on more than one of those roles, but it sort of helps us lock down who's doing what. So strategy. If you are doing strategy, you are analyzing the mission models. You are planning, documenting the robot runs, and that includes identifying what motor does what. Like you're actually very much speccing out exactly what the robot has to do each time. You're the one you're setting attachment requirements. This is what they do, and you got to build the attachments. So analyzing mission models, for example, will often involve the whole team. Documenting runs is typically nowhere near as many. Building attachments can flit out everywhere. Setting the requirements may only be one person. Then we have the pathfinders. So if you have access to more than one robot, get some of your kids to build a simple robot that uses the same sensors as you plan on using. And if I haven't mentioned it before, I will again later. Use sensors. Do not try and build a robot without sensors. That way lies madness, pain, and suffering. Yeah. The kids build a simple bot that is the same sensor package, and their job is to figure out to get their robot to the places where the robot needs to go. Not do the missions, just get there. The code they develop then becomes the basis or the starting point for what you use in the core robot, the competition robot. Now, this is a really good way if you've got a large team and you've got people that need something to do. This is a good time filler. It needs to be done, and it does make life easier later on. And it's a good way for everyone to be involved without any high stakes. Then you have the core robot. So if you're using a box robot that has stuff drop on, or if you're using a little zippy bot that runs around like a forklift, it's the same type of deal. You got to talk to strategy to figure out what the robot has to do. You've then got to design it, build it, improve it. You got to work with strategy for the attachments, and then you got to test its performance. So we have a simple drill. It's like, okay, robot turn left at 30% power for 1.5 rotations. We mark where it finishes, put the robot back to its start position, do it again. Run like a simple drilling of simple movements to see how reliable, how consistent that robot's performance is. If your robot is unbalanced or badly designed, it will have really wild results, and you want to make sure that it's consistent. And then we have the software team. Their job is to talk with the pathfinders, find out what are the common tasks people need to use. They need to make that code reusable, flexible. They've got to basically write your software library, the my blocks. If you're using word blocks, they're writing the my blocks everyone's going to use, or your basically library if you're using Python or something along those lines. And you work closely with Pathfinder to figure out how this stuff works. So that is how we divide up the roles in our robot development. Now, we haven't mentioned testing in there yet. That probably comes under strategy, but also a bit under everybody will be doing the testing. Iteration comes under strategy and core robot. Practice is sort of a thing on its own, whoever our drivers are going to be. You need to make sure you got enough time to practice. Anyone got any questions on any of those roles? Oh, did we get a chat?
They're talking about sensors.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, yeah, the light sensors, yeah, gyro sensor on Spike is a sensor. I think the light sensors are getting even less of a workout this year than normal. So, yeah, don't just the way the competitions develop, they change the sensor requirements year to year. So this year there is no immediately extra valuable lines to follow everywhere. So yeah, look for other options. Yeah. We have 10 people in our FLL team. So nine. Well,
Nine this year.
We had 10 last year. Yeah. We normally operate at the high end of numbers. Okay, how do young kids learn about creating attachments? We've got a practical exercise in that one very shortly. That's good. I'll get to that one. Sorry, bricks and bots. We will get to you. Right. So this is our design process.
Yeah. Ready?
Number one, we set our dimensions. Is the robot wide, narrow, high, low, whatever? What sensors are we going to use? Discover the highways on the field. So that's like well-worn travel paths. Plot your navigation points, like where you see stuff. Analyze the models, plan the runs, and then get to the robot layout. So we don't build the robot until step 7. Now we'll get to that. Someone's just piped up about the distance sensor. Okay, so I'll give you a bit of history. This is our 16th season of doing FLL Challenge. We used a distance sensor in our very first year. We have not used it in the last 15 years through NXT, EV3, and Spike. What we say is there's a reason for that. However, that said, if you are a team that can figure out a way to reliably use the distance sensor, milk that for all it's worth, because the judges would love to hear about it. Yeah. So yeah, but yeah, this is Ben's area of expertise. So if you get him as a judge, talk about how you're able to use it. But when we're talking to kids, most of the time I'll say something like, it's Lego, it's a toy. It is not a precision instrument, and the distance sensor is not a laser. It's really good at telling you there's something there. It's not so much great at telling you what that thing is or being reliably precise. But if you can figure out a way to do that, oh yeah, you really want to milk that for all it's worth. So I'm going to show you now a couple of these things, not go through the whole process. If you want some help with this later, we're happy to sit down with a separate talk with you and your team. But this one. Okay, so navigation points, the short version. Use sensors. I'll say it again. Please use sensors. There is a lot of reasons for doing that, but basically odometry is terrible. Wheels do not count as sensors unless paired with something else. Right? If you want to think about it, your odometry is only half a sensor. On its own, it's useless. Paired with something else, it becomes a bit more usable. Shorter distances, the error is less. If you are starting too fast, your wheels will skip. So you've got to build up speed, control your movement. It is possible to use just your wheels, but it is so prone to errors, particularly with beginning teams. If you're a veteran team that's figured out a way to do this, then ignore everything I'm saying. But as a beginner, yeah, odometry is not to be relied on. Something we say, walls are sensors. A wall is your friend. A wall is always going to be there. It might be a slightly different height, but it's not going to move. It's not going to give way when you crash into it. And every wall you run into is an opportunity for you to square up and reestablish your position. Now, we work to strong navigation points, right? Where two or more sensors agree on where your robot is. Ideally, you want to get to that point, that place you can get to reliably, and do your missions from that point because you want to avoid unnecessary movement of the robot. Now, again, this is suggestions and advice. I am well aware there are other teams that have different ways of looking at it, but to us, if you can reliably get to a point and then do missions from that point, you are far more likely to have a consistent result if your robot was built so it performs consistently. So that's why we spend so long on planning. That's why we spend so long on planning before we get to actually solving missions. Right? The planning matters. Yeah, Ben's just made a point researching robot designs. Yeah, definitely. Right. So does that make sense? Everyone understand what I'm saying about navigation? I will say I have seen some teams build mechanical sensors. They will build like a funnel on the front of their robot, and when they hit a mission model, they will be guided mechanically into place. That can work. I will say my guys have never had that much luck with it, but I just think the way our brains work, it may not just work as well.
Andrew, can you please clarify what you mean by walls as sensors?
Yep, I saw that one. Yep. So a wall is a really great way to give your robot feedback on where it is. So if you're running along a wall, if you're touching a wall, if you drive across the field and hit a wall, that is sensor impact. That is sensor input. You can use a wall as a navigation tool. So if you want our philosophy for navigation, it basically summed up here. 1, wheels don't count. 2, walls do. 3, reinforce your position with 2 or more sensors. And yeah, do stuff from there. You know, I will show you. I've got a slide for that in a moment. I will show you. Actually, I will skip through. I'll go to this. Hang on. There we go. Here is one way we could use a wall as a sensor. If I drive from launch all the way across the field until I hit a wall. Right? That wall has told me I have reached where I need to go. I then turn right. I don't know where I am exactly on that north wall, but when I turn right and then run along the wall with a wall runner or just something that slides along it until my color sensor sees black, the wall and the sensor are both agreeing on where I am. I know exactly where I am. Does that make sense, Kylie? Oh dear. Sorry. Yeah, I know what? I'll get the kids to show you. That'll be the easiest way. So a sensor, a sensor gives you, now we'll get to that in a moment. So a sensor gives you feedback on where you are. So a wall can do that. Okay, we're just going to go straight to that, are we, Lyndall?
We can go to where showing where a sensor is. The wall is a sensor.
Yep. Okay, I'll do that. I'll just stop sharing and I'll go back to this.
All right.
So everyone pin Lyndall's camera.
No. The robot starts in home against the wall, so we know we'll be in. Right? The robot's gonna
just for clarity, this is last year's robot. It's not really, it doesn't work anywhere near as well for this year's, but it's a good dummy. Yep, go for it.
Okay, the robot's going to drive out to the other wall.
So as it travels, it really doesn't have any idea where it is until
it's hit the wall. Then we're going to turn towards the mine shaft. And then it's going to drive across and stop at the line.
Yeah. So maybe another way to think of it is a wall makes a great anchor point. Now, can you actually drive that along the wall so you can see what I was talking about there too? So push into the wall, push into the wall like it was front end in for me. Yep. So that is only one sensor telling me where it is. I know I'm on the wall, but I don't know where I am exactly on it. Now, if I back off a little, turn maybe 45 degrees, and then drive forward slowly, the wall of my robot will kick me along, the edge of my robot will kick me along, and I'll drive along the wall. And then my other sensor will tell me when I hit the color. Perfect alignment. I know exactly where I am. And appropriately enough, right in front of one of the missions that's most annoying in terms of precision. So I believe that may be deliberate. But yeah, if any of that's not making sense, I'm happy to sit down with you guys on a Zoom call and go through it with your teams if helpful.
Question, Andrew.
Yo.
So that one whole movement from the base all the way to hitting the wall to completing the mission, that's all in one move, correct? One what is it?
Program?
Yeah.
Yeah, Izzy, how would you run that? Would that be one program?
Yeah, that would be one program.
And from there, if you were trying to do another mission, you'll set it from that completion going done to the next one. You set that as a separate program, correct?
No, sorry. So Izzy,
yeah.
So can you, if we were doing this as a mission, what would you do with that run without having thought too much about it?
Well, if we hadn't already have done the one thingamabobber, I forgot what it's called. We'd reverse and do that. So we'd do that from that point. Then the robot would turn around and just doesn't matter what way. Yep. Drive back into the wall and then start driving back to home. And if you wanted to on the way, you could even, as you're driving back, you could even stop, turn, go forwards and try to do this. Drop it in. And then you reverse. Yeah. Do that.
So all of that would be one program.
Okay, Roger. Thank you.
No problem. Okay. Okay, so there's two ways to detect the wall is there. The first is brute force and ignorance. You drive it, you say, look, I know 10 rotations is too much or 10 seconds is too much. I know I'll have hit the wall and then I'll spend a second or two pushing against the wall. That's great. The second is slightly more cunning. You can measure the power or speed of your wheels. If they drop below a certain level, you know you've hit something. The Captain Obvious way is, like Jenna said, use your pressure sensor. If you've got a touch sensor, you know you've hit the wall. So there's like, yeah, brute force ignorance, be a bit cunning, or yeah, use the sensor if you've got enough sensor ports. Right. Okay, I'll go back to these and we'll get up. You guys ready for the demo next?
Yep, they're ready.
Okay, so I'll just put this up and lead you.
They're
you up
ready
for
to
it.
go.
Yeah. Don't be afraid to ask questions, guys. The whole point of us doing this is we want to sort of lift what teams are capable of. Like I said, we want you guys making brand new spectacular mistakes, not just rehashing the old stuff. We want to get rid of the rookie failure points, for lack of a better description. Okay, so we've done the navigation. Now this is the part that will involve everybody analyzing the models. So the basic goal here is that every kid should be an expert in at least one model. Right? Maybe more. We'll see how we go. So every model, the kids have to answer these questions. What movements are needed? Up, down, left, right, forwards, backwards, push, pull. Like they've got a label. What movement sets it off? Is there more than one option? How many ways can you approach it? Like we had the millstone example with Fred. Most people think they just got to reach over the forge. But he said, you could also drive up the back. How many different ways can you do approach? 3, can you cluster them? Is there something nearby that you can do at the same time or with the same tool, or yeah. What is there a natural grouping? This one is the one I highly recommend you spend the most time on. Can you activate the mission without a motor? So the simplest way to think of this is, if my mission activation is an up or down movement, can I solve it by driving an inclined plane into the activation tool? So if you are driving on 2 motors, you're limited to 4 motors with a spike prime. 2 for driving, 2 for tools. And that leaves you with 2 sensors. So if you can do a mission without needing a custom tool on your robot, then that means that tool can be used for something else. Yeah, so if you need an up or down movement, inclined planes are awesome. You can do left, if you flip them on 90 degrees, you can push something left or right. Depending on the angle, you can push something up or down. Can you just drive past something with a great big whacking stick and hit it as you go past? Again, brute force and ignorance can sometimes solve missions. What's the best way to drive to the mission? The best way, not the quickest way. What's the best way? Now you record those results. You draw up a spreadsheet or a document, get the kids to make reports and show that to the judges, by the way, because it shows great evidence of planning. What are the common robots? What common movement the robot has to make? Like everything on the board can be done with up or down. You've just found out that you've just discovered what you need your robot to do. And you use that info to plan your robot. So this process is something that everybody can do, and you want in-depth analysis. You don't want someone just whacking the silo launcher multiple times. You want them to actually test things out, which brings us to this guy. This is what we affectionately call the cart.
Exactly, the cart.
Yep. Most of our teams will build one of these. It's a great way to do it. Why do it? It gives you a stable base. It means nobody's squabbling over the robot, gives you rapid development of proof of concept stuff, and it eliminates wishful thinking. Oh, I can drive out here and have my arm do this arcane movements to solve the mission. And it forces the students to think beyond the mission. So I'm going to do now is put that up. If you guys can highlight Lyndall's camera.
At least they're showing a basic cart.
wheels.
Different, yeah, different to what I showed, but same basic idea. You got a square.
Yeah. Yes.
So what we're going to do now, he's going to go first in showing how the cart works. Is he? Which mission are you going to attempt? Is he?
Sebastian.
Sebastian.
Sebastian's a little cart for you.
Close up. So Sebastian has built some very crude manipulators to go on his cart. So can you bring it up close? We can't see the black against your jumper, mate. You chose a bad color.
Basically, there's a little sweeper up here, spins around. There's this that just goes like this.
So
And then-
it's just pegged on.
Yeah, pegged on. And for this is just hangs off to the side to knock stuff down.
Yep. So run us through how you'd use that.
Where are you going?
Start over now. You're down.
So, because he's using a cart, he's got to actually get a feel for how the robot would move. It's rolling on wheels. So he's actually got to play with the movement himself. Go for it, mate.
In forward. Activate this. Round.
So he's doing a little bit of not great moving, but he's proven that the mechanism could work.
Yes. Down. To the beat. Finish line. Like that, please.
So if I was doing that as a coach, I'd then say, can you do it with simpler movements? And as a result, Sebastian would move where those placements were, so he could try and do things from positions that didn't require as much shuffling around. Yep. So Izzy, have you got something?
No. At least Sebastian's going to do this.
Yeah.
Sebastian is a lot.
Oh, just one more.
Yeah.
Nice and quick. Boom. And then back to base.
And then we've got this little guy got a nice one-way latch on there. So I don't know if you can see that window, but that's our one-way latch. And so this one would do the second part of that mission. It would, I guess, you'd drive out here like that, turn, drive in to that pan, and then reverse and going. And it's home.
So have we got an unused cart there somewhere?
Yeah.
Yep. So Izzy, can you grab one, pick a mission, and let's start from scratch. You Sebastian, and Elise. What mission should you go for from the beginning?
I think we're going to do the brush.
Yeah, do the brush. The brush works.
Let me step back in there.
So Izzy's gonna work on the brush one. She's just building that arm real quick.
Yep. So what's your navigation to get to the brush? What the ways you could get there?
So the way Izzy was looking at it was
use the red cart as an example.
yeah, we'll use this guy. Is driving up here and then driving back.
Yep.
So
how do you keep in a straight line?
With your gyro sensor.
Yep. And look at how the cart is positioned. It sits flat against the wall.
Yes. Okay.
You always start in the same position. Use the gyro sensor. How do you know when to stop?
Oh, you can answer the question.
Sorry,
How do you know when to stop?
yeah.
Color white.
Well, looking at where it's going, you could try and use this nice patch of sand here. Might be a bit difficult, I'm not entirely sure, but use your color sensor to see that and then go back.
Well, there's that dark brown rock in front of you too.
Yeah, or the brown rock, or you could
The very dark one right in front of the robot.
yeah, that one there.
Yeah. So move the robot to there. So using the gyro and the color, how accurate how reliably you reckon you'd be able to get to there?
Pretty well, I think.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I haven't tested it, but I think you get there pretty well. You could also use your motor position as well. So see how far you've traveled, which is another way to do that.
Could you run into the soil?
Could you run? You could run to the soil, but if you wanted to run into the soil, I think it would be good to try and line up straight on it because it is on an angle there from where you're driving.
Sorry, I meant the wrong model. Sorry, my bad. Can you run into that thing? Yeah.
I mean, yes, you could if you're wanting to activate it from the front here. If you're wanting to line your robot up like that and then activate it.
Coming in straight from launch.
Oh, there too. Yeah, you could do that as well.
So there's 3 different ways you can approach it. So Izzy, what made you think what made you think of what you got there?
Oh, well, to do the brush, obviously, you just have to go against it. So the easiest solution was an arm that just stuck out. And then you can drive up and hit it on your way up. And you can go straight back in reverse as well, but you could also do it on your way back to home. Mm-hmm. So you don't have to use any motors.
So if you were going to, does that make sense to everyone, how you do that? We got questions, Lyndall?
Talking about 2 robots.
Yeah.
Oh.
We've been talking about carts for a while, Ben. It's a great way to do, it's a great way to remove squabbles. Yeah. But yeah, this is so building those carts and getting kids to just build a simple arm that goes up and down. And you can start gathering information on how to make something work. Yeah. So yeah, if you get so the attachment gets swapped out. Yeah. So if you have multiple robots, you can have your team working from that, but most teams don't. Building something simple like that is a great way to get started on everything. Cool.
Oh, I was going to say, doing the carts with the simple arms is also a good way to figure out which missions have similar activation like motions and are ones that you could do in similar missions with in the same run with the same attachment.
So just out of curiosity, can you lower the boat? Yep. Izzy, does your arm fit over the boat's mast?
No, not the slightest.
Yeah. Can it be higher and still hit the brush?
Not higher than the boats.
Yeah.
Oh. No, never mind. Hold on.
So that is a question I would ask. Hey, could this? And the answer was no, and then it was, hang on. They still do that. Because anything you got to knock sideways could potentially be hit by that arm. Elevator music plays.
Taller arm. Give me a sec. You got this.
No pressure, Izzy. So while Izzy's doing that, has anyone got any questions, observations? Lyndall, I think someone's in the waiting room.
Are there any good resources relating to assisting the team members to document and analysing the models?
We have a very crude spreadsheet. It's just like if you go look at the questions, what motion you need, which direction you come from, stuff like that. Yeah. So no, we don't have anything, but yeah, do it in a way. So we have something, but it's not something I would be very happy to share because it's very much it's very much an improvised thing at the moment. Elise, could you grab a couple of the flexible pipes or something just to... Yeah, there we go. So Izzy's now got a higher arm. It's kind of working.
Nice.
Yeah.
Right, so it goes up. It could be a couple of, so yes, it can go over the mast and do the anything.
Yeah. So that same attachment could potentially be used for thing. Now, if you drive over with something flexible, have you got one of those or not able?
Yeah, we've got pipes.
So demonstrate what happens if you hit it with flexible, just by hand.
The brush thing?
The brush will work, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, let me go thing in. So where are we? That's me. It works. But then if you come past here and you're trying to get past here, it'll then pass and you can keep going there. Yay!
So yeah, introducing the flexible bits can sometimes give you some options. Okay, so I will start sharing again. Go back to the slides.
Someone's talked about FLL tutorials.
Yeah, they got some good stuff.
Someone's asked, do you have all coding for all 15 missions prepared before the day? How many robots with attachments are you allowed to pre-prep?
So the way to think about it, you are only allowed, you have the 3 months until your event to get your robot completely designed, built, and programmed. You can have as many of those that you want at the competition with you, but only one of them can ever be at the table at a time. So we will normally have a backup robot. So we'll have 2 competition robots. One will stay in a padded suitcase. The other will be brought out and used. And we only bring out the extra one for judging or if somebody drops the first one. Does that make sense, Nigel? Yeah. If you're not sure, Nigel, let me know.
Yeah, I was sorry. I was just wondering, like, with the attachments, how you have some with the arms or some with motors or whatever, can you have separate ones? Can the kids have like separate ones built, ready to go to swap out to make it quicker? Or is it still only one at a time?
I'll show you a demo.
Andrew, we're going to bring out the last year's ones.
No, I've got a.
Oh, you got the video?
I've got a video. Did the robot runs. Actually, I'll skip ahead to that. I'll do the. Here you go. So this is from City Shaper. It's using an EV3 robot. Yeah, you don't really need sound for this, but just watch what happens.
One Lego.
So we use a box robot that year. So we drive out using the gyro. And then it comes back. Off goes the attachment, on goes the new one. So if you have a look out the side, that is, see those claws? That's a passive attachment.
Yeah.
And as we drive, we're going to use the wall, and we're going to use the line. So those claws lifted the traffic jam out of the way. Elastic bands are fun. So it's an elastic band catch that flipped the swing, lined up on the wall. And for this building, you got to take out stands. You get points for every stand you've knocked down if the building is still upright.
Right. Okay. Yeah, I can see clearly now. That's great. So have all the attachments pre-prepared, ready to go,
Yep.
and then swap them out as they need them.
Yep. That's this like a pit stop at a Formula One.
Yeah, that makes total sense. Thanks heaps.
No worries. Now, I will point out too that this is a veteran team's effort, and this is way more complicated than a rookie team should attempt. But yeah, it's an example of how things can work. But even this robot will get its, yeah, we'll be spanked by the Uber teams from internationals. So yeah, don't think this is the standard at which you have to operate. And the last mission, we had to climb the ramp that year, and there's Izzy stopping it falling off. Did we have any robot crashes on that one, Izzy?
It was on City Shaper.
Yeah.
Yes.
Fall off at least once.
Oh yeah, I remember that.
Yeah.
I remember it being the first
There's
time
not
I
in
came
trauma.
Haha.
Yeah. Okay, so I'll just put that share back up. Sorry, I hit the wrong button. Oh yeah, the book Ben mentions, that's a pretty cool one as well. I like what that guy comes up with.
I do believe some of the pieces that they have used on the robot have come from Bionicle sets.
Oh yeah, Bionicle is good. Right, so this is the last bit of the layout. So I showed you how to plan the run. I'll just go back here. So you do one of these for every time you leave home, and you identify what motors you're using. So you got a good idea of what everyone's got available to use. So, and the sensors. So if we do 6 runs from base, we'll have 6 of these. So everybody knows what's going on when, and nothing is changed unless the whole team agrees. And then we get to the layout. So at this point, all that analysis, we haven't built a robot. We've got some carts with weird tools. We've got a bunch of writing. And now it's time to start playing with how things are laid out. Now, you're not putting anything together still. You're doing stuff like this. You are figuring out where things need to be. Now, there's a couple of faults people will often make, particularly with Spike. They will try and build, they will block the sensor ports. You've got to make sure there's room for the cables to go in and out. You don't want to have to dismantle your robot to change a sensor over if something breaks. You also want to make sure you can still get to your download and charging port. You do not want to have to be dismantling your robot just to charge it. That way lies madness. So I might give the kids a handful of black pegs or something on this one just to start playing with where everything should sit, just to see how it runs out. Now this ties into you guys identifying what sensors are needed. So our typical Spike approach has been 2 color sensors and the gyro. This year, I think they're changing that, given the color sensor is not as useful. I think they might be going back to a force sensor. But yeah, you use whatever you want. So the basic thing in this whole design process is you should know what your robot needs to do before you start building. Right? And all that documentation is really, really helpful in the design phase when you're talking to the judges. Right? It is a very, very common mistake to build the drive system and the hub and then try and add sensors and stuff around it. Right? That way lies super, ooper duper madness. You don't want to be doing that. You end up with monstrosities that way. It is far, far better to plan everything and integrate it into one chassis from the beginning. And then really don't forget about what you got on the back of your robot, back being relatively speaking. Are you using the sliders or the caster wheels? So those little white marbles you get with the spike kits, I often can that they're shopping trolley wheels. They make it really, really good to turn, but they offer absolutely no advice in going in a straight line. If you put sliders down, which is like little pulley wheels that drag over the mat as you turn, right? They help you with driving straight, but they make turning more difficult. So test your robot, turning, driving, test everything and get a feel for how your robot performs. Because it is terrible if your attachment is beautiful, but it never works because your robot's never in the same place twice. Now, I did show that. So one other little tip I will mention is that another big rookie mistake people make is that you can never trust your robot to drive in a straight line. No two motors are the same. No two wheels are the same. Unless you're using a sensor, you cannot trust your robot to drive straight. So don't expect it to be. Yeah. Yeah, so we've got some YouTube stuff. Yeah. Yeah, I tend to agree with that. Most judges I know are well aware of solutions provided on YouTube, and they will call you on it. And if there's nothing wrong with using somebody else's design, there is a problem if you use that design and claim it as your own. You don't want to be doing that. So if you go on to FLL Cast, Brickwise, there's a whole bunch of them. They spring up every year. There's more and more of them. If you use one of their robots, or I think FLL Share and Learn is a pretty decent base robot as well. If you use one of those robots, you better be prepared to say how you used it, why you used it, and if you've improved it. Personally, this is me speaking personally as a judge, I would prefer and see a bad robot that was completely the kid's design than a super robot that came from somewhere else. But that's just a me thing. I would follow the rubric anyway. So Ben, I know you're a judge. How do you feel about that? No, when you jump on. Okay, so we have about.
Hang on. Question.
So did you hear me?
No, I missed your question. Please repeat.
No worries. I said, as a judge, me personally, I would prefer to see a bad, quote, robot that the kids built themselves than a super bot that came from somebody else's design.
Yeah, I was just challenging my kids. If you're going to copy somebody else's robot and you go along and you don't understand it and something goes wrong and you can't fix it, that isn't going to go well for you. But if you copy somebody else's bot and you take the time to understand it and you know how to debug it, well, that'll count for something. If you copy their robot and you start extending it, you do the embrace and extend and improve and adapt kind of thing, and you get it to the point where you own it, that'll count. That will count for something reasonably good. But if you devise your own robot from scratch and build it from the beginning, that's the best. But you know, all of those things are stages along an evolution of learning. You begin by, as you say, stealing from the best or copying from others, and slowly adding to it as your own knowledge improves. And everybody's got to start somewhere.
Yep.
Yeah.
Now I did see a bricks and bots question. How did your kids discover mechanics and build these attachments? Our guys, I'd say the biggest source of ideas was going to a competition and looking at what other kids were doing. Right. We always tried to keep them away from YouTube stuff for the same reasons others have mentioned, but seeing other robots in operation, particularly when you're then able to go up and say, hey, can I have a look? Have other teams show you? That's huge. That's really, really big. The rest of it is very much trial and error, experiments, experience. Yeah. The books that Ben mentioned, there's a lot of really good stuff there. Like those are mechanisms that aren't in the context of FLL. They're just how do I do stuff. Izzy, are you still there? Can you hold up that unmute yourself and hold up that fiddle thing you were using? You want to look at a weird mechanism the kids discovered? So show them how it works.
It spins.
Hold it a bit lower. Do you know what that's called, Ben? Because I don't anymore.
So you just okay, that mechanism, I have seen. Oh, are they fixed elbows?
Yeah, they rotate and they slide.
Yeah, they're fixed elbows. So it's a kind of a universal joint. It's got a name. I can't remember it.
Oh no, I've lost it.
In a video of. I can almost give you the reference. I'll type it in the chat when I get it. But there's another variation of that uses half joints with half pins in them that actually flexes. It's not fixed at 90 degrees.
Yeah.
Like
also there's
I'll
also,
get you the reference.
Yeah, that'd be great. So there's also a website called JK Brickworks. The guy builds kinetic sculptures. There's a lot of cool stuff to watch on there.
Tina's question about the judges encouraging the kids to look at videos of other designs, that is one of the part of the rubrics for the robot design is talking about seeking out help and ideas.
And resources.
So that would be a place to go and say we looked at these resources to help with our building strategy.
So if you happen to have team members on this or they watch this later, the recording, you can count this as a resource under the robot rubric.
A nice word for them to use is inspiration. I looked at these and I took inspiration from this particular one, and I took this bit of inspiration.
Yeah. In the what's the actual word in the rubric, Lyndall? I haven't got it.
I would have to look at.
Yeah, hang on. Where are we? FLL. No, teaching. So I'm just bringing up the actual rubric now. Bear with me a second. I know in the robot rubric for Unearthed, there is a specific call out to have you used robot resources. Yeah, here you go. And identity. Yeah, identify. Clear use of building or coding resources to support their mission strategy. So where you got information from. So this counts as one of those. Alrighty. So we have one thing I just wanted to go over on the rubrics before we just go into some general all-purpose questions. We have not gone over the rubrics in detail because we just didn't have time. But I did want to touch on this one. So these are the rubric. Take a really good look at them. The core values exist, standard ratings. So if you have a look, this symbol on the rubrics means that one double counts as core values, right? And you will get a rating 1, 2, 3, or 4. Now, to be really, really clear, 4s are exceptionally rare. The only way you will ever get a 4 is if you exceed what is required for a 3. And for most cases, I do not honestly see how that is possible. Right? You have to do something spectacular. The judges have to validate why you're getting it. Now, you may get a judge that's feeling very generous, particularly at a lower level. But the way I usually explain it, if you are a rookie team, scoring 1s or 2s is a really good sign. You get, if you're a veteran team, 2s and 3s You get a 3, that's an excuse for a party. You get a 4, that's like your coach needs to take you out for ice cream.
4 will often be when a team does something that's not expected considering the age of the team.
Yeah,
So
that'll
if
work.
you've got 9 or 10-year-olds fully programming in Python and being able to understand it, they're going to get a 4 because the normal would be to expect them to be using the code blocks.
So this is just one example of the robot design. So if you want to exceed, you got to give a better than clear evidence of mission strategy. So if you want to do well, look at the rubric, look what they need for column 3, and make that your checkstone. Try and hit that in each case. That tells you what they're looking for. Okay, so we have a couple of questions that were raised now. So I'll go through the ones that were raised and submitted. Right, I'll put this up again. Sorry, I'm trying to do 3 things at once here. Oh. So these were the questions that were submitted on registration. So Lyndall, have we got any questions on the chat I need to deal with?
I think we've been going okay as we're going.
Yep, okay. So modular attachments. So you saw that with the robot video I gave you. That's a box robot with drop-on style stuff. The games lately have also been just as well suited to a little zippy bot that's like a forklift. You don't need drop-on attachments, but you can do it. Start with the carts and figure out what you need to build. That would be my advice on how to do that. Yeah, how to set out the FLL sessions. We did touch on that briefly. Make sure that you make time for the project, like actually schedule time, because if you don't do it, it is all too easy to miss it. And make sure you got the core value stuff going underneath. We covered, yeah, with the how to be a mentor stuff, covered most of that answers. EV3s, give me a thumbs, hit the thumbs up emoji if you're still using EV3s. I still see a lot of them, and they're pretty. They are not worse robots. They're good robots. So if anyone is, EV3s are still perfectly viable to compete with.
We've got a number of rookie teams where we're lending EV3s to.
Yeah.
To get them started because they can't afford to buy a Spike initially.
Yeah. So EV3s are heavier. The motors tend to have a bit more grunt to them, and you can pack more sensors. So, yeah, they are definitely not. They are not a liability. So don't worry about that. Oh, yeah, special needs students. That is a long answer. One thing our kids are very, very keen on is the hidden disability sunflower lanyards. I don't know if you're aware of those. They're the green lanyards with the sunflowers on them. They indicate a hidden disability. So Bucephalus has been introducing those to most of the, or at least New South Wales first competitions, and handing them out at pits and things like that. And the judges have received training that we've had some feedback on how to deal with that. So at an event that should be happening, we've got quiet rooms set up, all that type of stuff. If you're working with kids in your team, my reaction to that when I was asked last time was patience, patience, patience. Yeah, work a lot with the parents, find out what the kids' abilities are, work within them.
So Andrew, this is a sunflower lanyard.
Yeah. Oh, okay. I'll stop sharing so you can hold it up. Yep. Lyndall's got one.
It's just, and the kids wear those at competition, and the judges are aware that kids with those have hidden disabilities.
If you're traveling to and from a competition as well, or anywhere out in the community, they're very well known. My daughter went to England last year and wore one, and the airlines were absolutely brilliant. They were spotting them a mile off and calling her over.
Yeah, a lot of the airports actually hand them out these days. I said I don't think we got as much recognition of what they were in the US though. No, not yet. Yeah.
No, not at all.
San Fran Airport was good.
Yeah.
San Fran Airport was good.
Yeah. But yeah, one of the other things we do is we write a letter to give to the tournament director before each event saying, hello, meet, and we've got a mug shot of the kid in question. This kid has ASD, anxiety, low working memory, right? Please be aware. And we make the judges get a copy of that. So before our team goes into the judging session, the judges are aware. Now, I'm pretty sure Mel put a template of that letter up on the First Australia site somewhere.
Yeah, she's got two templates, two different ways of writing it.
Yeah, so she borrowed one from us and removed all identifying information. That's a good thing to do. So we used to do it by just whoever was going in handing out something to the judges, but dumping that on them at the last minute is never a good idea. Yeah. What's the next question? Okay, important areas to focus on for a first-time team. Izzy and Elise, you want to jump in on that one?
Okay.
What do you guys end up focusing on the most?
Well, we usually end up focusing equipments. Projected robot is the question.
Yeah, so
Okay.
I'll be specific. So when you're teaching a rookie team how to build a robot, what's their highest priority?
Strategy.
Okay, thank you.
Yep. So plan well, and I would say consistent performance. Do 2 missions well rather than 15 badly.
And making sure it doesn't fall apart.
Yeah, that's not breaking. What type of thing would you get them to aim for a project? Elise, I know you've done a couple of rookie teams recently.
What was that? Sorry.
If you were teaching a rookie team about a project, what would you get them to focus on as their first priority?
Yes, the research definitely, because they need to understand the facts on what they're saying, and if it's their first time doing it, because obviously they're a rookie team, the research is very, very important.
Yep, I would agree. And yeah, time poor schools for homework. So what we do, we'll set up a Google Drive. If the teacher has one, they can set up a Google Classroom and say, right, each week, half an hour, do this. And the kids have to submit a Google Drive. Let's say if you've got to do a report on shoes, the archaeology of shoes for Sebastian. And they've got to submit a paragraph or two or a couple of bullet points on what they think problems, like just turn in something to guide it along. Yeah. If you're a community team, straight out Google Drive and set aside an hour to meet in a library or something can make a huge difference. Yeah. One of the schools we work with, one of the teachers says, right, all you guys, this on Monday lunchtime, you're meeting me in the library and we're going to do it then. And last one. Oh, Izzy, that might be your department. What do you think about that question?
Have a look. Can we choose local Indigenous land mining project to focus on? This.
Yeah. That doesn't sound.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
If you can tie it back to archaeology,
Yeah, you definitely
definitely. Yeah. It's a modern problem threatening threatening.
Sorry, can I just pipe in there?
Yeah, go for it.
I'm actually from rural, remote area, Brewarrina, and we've got a huge amount of sites that are Indigenous, ceremonial, sacred. When you're dealing with those type of areas, you just have to be really careful and approach a local Aboriginal Indigenous member for advice before you do anything like that.
Yep. I was going to say
they have got a lot of information, but you don't want to tread on any sacred sort of, information or affect anyone in a negative way if you're going to do Indigenous, particularly, site.
Yeah. So one of the things these guys wanted to look at, you guys were wanting to look at lost languages and how to navigate cultural sensitivities and archaeology with Indigenous groups, weren't you?
Yeah, that was one thing we started looking into.
Yeah, so we've started making contact with a few of the local. We started making contact with a few of the top level, national level Indigenous groups, and every single one of them has directed our kids to go talk to the locals and get that information and work with them as a first point. Most definitely, yeah. Because that is something that is very, very current, and yeah, something that needs to be handled very well. Sweet. Okay, so that's the questions I'm aware of. Is anyone? It is now 3 o'clock, so we're technically over time, but we're happy to stick around. Has anyone got any questions they want to toss in? I can show a robot demo of like what I call one of the quick zippy robots, if that is something that someone would like to look at. We had to skip a bit of the more in-depth robot development stuff, but yeah, has anyone got anything they want to see, ask, question?
I was going to say, if anyone wants further information, we can always do a direct Zoom session with you as well if there's an area that you need more assistance with, project or robot or code. Explaining the rubrics, whatever you need, just reach out, send us an email.
Yeah. I really want to thank you for the time you've spent today going through all of this stuff. I really appreciate this. And as I keep coming back year after year after year for your wonderful refresher course, about the only thing that I could complain is that perhaps core values could have some more time spent on it in the aspect of how you teach it. But look, you have crammed so much into today, and I wouldn't want it any longer. So please, it's constructive feedback, not criticism.
Yeah.
I mean, as for having my kids, my team here, I've absolutely reached the limit of what they can concentrate on in one day. So we can't go any longer. I'd love to see your zippy robot, but it has to be another time.
Next time we should probably send out bribes of chocolate or something to keep focus. What do you reckon, kids? Yeah, I will say, Ben, I was very much tossing up what was more value, teaching core values or what the adult guide to core values was. Well, yeah, we'll definitely. It's a balancing act, definitely, particularly given we lost time on the robot walkthrough. But yes, suggestion very much noted. Thank you.
I mean, I've got a lot of value out of that FLL tutorial site and their core values exercises. And I just thought that the newbie coaches out there might like to hear that. That's all.
Definitely.
So I'll leave it at that.
They do good work.
They do. There's, and I haven't found a lot of other places that cover that.
All righty. Anyone else got anything they want to ask, request, go to sleep?
I'd love to see your zippy robot if you're happy to start.
Yeah, I'll set it up next if there's nobody else.
Thanks, Anne.
Ben, are you guys still the robot obedience school?
Yes, we are.
Okay.
as we have different groups of kids, they each pick their own name, but Robot Obedience School is the name on the paperwork.
Awesome. I look forward to seeing what you kids come up with. I have expectations now.
We have plans.
So drop off if you want to drop off, feel free, guys.
Yeah. And we're coming to your tournament in Wollongong.
So I definitely have expectations.
Exactly. Okay.
No, I will. For those of you coming to Wollongong, I should probably drop this in here now. At the beginning of the season, I mentioned at the beginning of this presentation, I mentioned that the FRC team won the Impact Award at Champs. That makes them a member of the Hall of Fame now. As a direct result of that, we're getting the CEO of First as well as Blair coming to Wollongong for the FTC and FLL events. They're going to be shooting some footage to go around the world for the FRC kickoff. So if you're at Wollongong, who knows, you may even be famous.
Ooh.
So we got some extra VIPs coming to pay us a visit.
Okay.
Is that a good or bad thing? I can't tell if it's fear or excitement.
I thought it was just to add to your stress levels.
Oh, that's a given.
I think that like the 9-year-old who's still awake over in USA, ours are just a bit brains overfilled and spilling over and can't take any more.
No worries. Well, I'll see you in Wollongong, guys.
Okay.
Alrighty. So unless anyone's got any other questions, I will then put up the extra robot so you can see the comparison. Here we go. Just loading the file. There we go. So for comparison, this was our first ever robot. This was our first year of competition way back in 2010. But it's still a really good example of how a simple robot can achieve a lot of stuff. So this year was body forward. Everything had a medical theme. So for those of you that are seeing this, this is when base was square and you did not have to be all the way in base to come home. So very different rules, but let's look at the mechanisms. So run into stuff, you got a forklift on the front, you drop in the fence, down and forth. So a robot is basically just a forklift. So we're using the wall to try to fix the broken leg. Break the pin. So yeah, everything that's going on is pushing, pulling. The robot itself is basically a forklift. So up and down is done with the arms. So they're about to put a cast on. So we've got prongs on the forklift. Everything just slides on and off the prongs. A couple of bionicle pieces to hold it on. So they're going to come out now and try and line up the broken arm. We run into it. We go down. And whoops, we fail that one. Couple of missions on each run, all using pretty common stuff. Now this run here is the only one where we don't start with our back square against a wall. And you'll see straight away why that's a problem. Because the aim requires the kids to, it is very much a human aspect. So they missed. If we had to do that again, we would start everything against the back wall. So friction, up and down. So every run from base is a different mission. We're using the sensors to follow the lines. Drop off the eye, again using up and down and friction. So pop down this end. We run into stuff. We run into stuff. more friction to deliver payloads. Use the wall to square up, run into more stuff. Line up on the blue thing and then run into more stuff. And we had a whole second to spare. And for those of you that know us, that little boy in the back there, that's Isaac. So yeah. So that's what that is what we'd call a class 2 robot, and the drop-ons were class 4s. But a little zippy bot like that class 2 can achieve just as much if you plan it out. The downside is with the drop-on attachments, you can have kids working on individual attachments. You're not squabbling over the robot. The class 2, you're very limited as to who's got the robot at that point. The carts become even more vital. So, yeah. Alrighties. Anybody else got any questions or things they wish to ask, or are we done?
I have one quick question.
Go for it.
I didn't see someone using the tablet or something to perform each mission. Is it all programmed into the thing, and when it starts, after each thing is done, they switched in the Lego and just it runs until everything is done?
So what happens? You are not allowed to have a tablet or laptop near the robot game.
Oh, okay.
That if they in fact if they think there's some remote control going on, yeah, very bad things will happen. So basically, what you've got to do is you download all your programs to the robot ahead of time. So slot 0, if you're using Spike, slot 0 will be the first run. Slot 1 will be the second, or 0 is configuration, calibration, and then 1, 2, 3, 4 is each run from base. So
got it.
You can put code, like you can have a tablet at the practice table where you're changing your code or download stuff, but you definitely cannot have one of those at the table.
Appreciate all the feedback
Not
here.
a
Thank
problem.
you.
Yeah, that is one of those mistakes that normally Fred would mention, but again, they've normally got a whole kickoff session to deal with, and he had 45 minutes, so we probably skip. I'll make a note that we should have mentioned that part. Whereabouts are you from, mate?
I'm in San Diego, California. I used to do all the different FLLs, but I never competed in a what is it, competition with the boys or any team that I had. So this is the first year that I'm planning on doing an FFL league and also a FTC league. And I'm in the I'm finalizing the recruitment process and figuring out this is really going to be a thing or not. So
Well, let us know if we can do more to help. Yeah, our FRC team has spent a fair bit of time. The last few years, we've been competing in East Bay and at Silicon Valley. And where were we at for the Legoland one, Lyndall?
Carlsbad.
Carlsbad, yeah. So we've made a few visits to your general part of the world, I think. Cool. Has anyone else got a question, concern, feedback? We will be putting out, we'll be emailing out the link to this recording once we put it up.
So someone's still waiting for their materials. They should be being processed from First Australia. So as long as it's been paid for, your field kit should come out very shortly.
Yeah, that's a James question, but what's happened the previous years is TNT will turn up to pick up what's booked and they may not take the full load. And so it just takes time for TNT to get everything out because of the quantities.
Yeah. And also we have an all new crowd handling delivery. So think upon them graciously. They're doing their best.
My advice, and Andrew will agree, is if you're in Sydney and can do it, do a pickup. Don't wait for it to come out as a delivery. Save yourself a few dollars, which will cover your postage, and go and get it. And then you've got it as soon as it's available.
I normally do a run to go pick up all the Wollongong teams at once each year. That does save a lot of time, and the poor warehouse people get a break.
Yep. So yeah, work on your project until you get the robot game. Get your project locked down as much as you can. Just spend all your time getting your project done so that when the robot game stuff gets there, you're ready to go on that.
That's Amanda, is it?
Yes. Yep.
Yeah. So, hang on. Whereabouts are you geographically speaking? Sorry, my brain is fried. Which part of New South Wales?
We're near Burke.
Okay.
About an hour out of Burke.
Yeah. So, did what we were saying about picking a project work for you guys?
Yeah, we've started already setting up team. We're only set up a hub out here. I originally come from Mannering Park. I last got to nationals, I think, last year. But I'm just out here teaching first time the kids that have no idea what this is and haven't done any coding at all. And I'm setting up a hub. So it's been a bit of a challenge. So I've just done, James and Will came out to do the training and the incursion for the kids. Yep. So it's a whole different look at First Lego League from a different direction. So yes, I'm doing behind the scenes stuff. Helping other teams getting set up and started alongside. I'm not just doing one team. I'm actually getting everybody in my school, only a small school, 140 kids, doing classes. So I'm team teaching with teachers doing this on a grand scale. So I might be spectacularly failing. However, we're going to give it a go and get everyone and at least have experience at, putting a team together, doing coding, doing an innovation project. So, yeah.
Where are you competing?
We're having our own hub. It's too short a turnaround to even make it. We'd have to finish up our season in October. We haven't even got materials yet. So there's no way that we're going to be able to do what we're going to do with brand new kids and brand new schools doing this, and we haven't even got materials yet. So I think we're just going to do our own little hub, not worry about getting anywhere, just have fun with it, train up our teachers, and look for next year as to try and get it so it's a bit more earlier. Maybe, I don't know. We'll see how we go. I don't know how it's going to work.
So if you need to, reach out. I said, we're more than happy to jump on and help. I know Emu's, like any of the FRC teams would be, a lot of them would be willing to help as well. Yvonne, do you guys do anything out that way?
We've contacted some people out that way, but more in regards of FRC. But no, we've got a number of teams that we're starting, and we will be looking at doing sort of remote stuff. We've done remote. We actually do remote into Mongolia, so it's not a new concept. But one of my suggestions would be consider running your own regional on a small scale. Talk to them at first about what you'd have to do to run a regional, which would then get them down to nationals, get a couple of your teams down to nationals.
Yeah, the only problem is we're in a very short, we'd have to finish by October. So yeah, I'm hoping to I'm trying to get it in classrooms, everyone, but then I'm hoping to set up a team of kids that really want to engage. I've already started using the Sprite Prime kits that I've got and brushing up their coding skills and at least introduce them to coding.
Yeah, with the Spike Prime,
so I've got those. But
the units on the website, one of them is called Competition Ready, and that's where you want to start.
Yep, we've started that. So we're already at least doing that. But other teams, other schools out here that in the hub haven't even got any of that sort of stuff yet. We're still waiting for that to be sorted out. So there's a few little interesting curves. But yeah, we'll see how we go. I might be able to get maybe one of my teams, if I pull one together myself that's not in class, to be able to get down and compete. But we'll see how it goes. We're just going to play by ear. Encourage, push the love of First Lego League out and spread that. But yeah, if we're succeeding that alone, it'll be great.
I mean, for the experience, First does run a remote regional in which you film your robot runs and submit them, and they do their project over a Zoom session, and they're judging over Zoom. So look for that one. I think it's one of the first. So it is mid-October that they do it. But certainly for any remote teams, that's a great option.
Yeah, no worries. Okay,
And,
thanks for that.
then if they progress, you've got 6 weeks to get organised to get them down to Sydney for a regional.
Yeah, that'd be awesome. All right, it gives me options because moving out here was like, and speaking to Angie, she sort of went, "Oh, we've got this opportunity," and I went, "Yeah, that'd be great." And yeah, so in reality, it's a big task, but we're managing it slowly.
Yeah.
Awesome. It's wonderful that you're prepared to give it a go and you're not saying, "Ooh, that's a scary kit in the corner. I'm not touching it."
Well, no, I'm excited. I love First LEGO League. So, I'm a tournament of minds judge and I'm going back next weekend myself to do that. So I've had a long history but when I saw First LEGO League and was thrown in the deep end there about 5 years ago as a judge, I went, "Oh my God, I want to do that." So it's sort of snowballed from there. But anyway, we'll see how we go. But I really enjoyed, I have to give you that, I haven't attended one of these and I've heard all about projects. So I've been watching you guys online and Facebook and, stalking you from the background, just so you know. But yeah, I'm very much inspired by this and I'm getting hints as I go, even though I've done it for a few years. It's so good. And there's what was the other guy's name? Ben from the roboticist. Yeah, he helped us a couple of years ago when our kids went into meltdown. So yeah, it's good to come back every year and learn from each other, just like the kids do. So I really appreciate your time and effort into doing these.
No worries. Okay, is that if everybody, if that's everybody, we can close the meeting down. I'll stop the recording.
Andrew, if anyone likes